Chapter 2384. 33 Layered Heavens of Will. This was the supreme technique of the Will Heavenly Palace. It was the orthodox inheritance of the Will Heavenly Palace and had been around for countless years. It was unfathomable and had shocking potential. If one chose it as their innate ability, they would be able to surpass their own limits and cultivate other innate abilities at a faster speed. According to Demon Heart, there were people who chose the 33 layered heavens, a Will Heavenly Palace, as their innate ability and succeeded. In the end, they created 33 heart palaces. Moreover, each heart palace had an innate ability that could not be changed. After the innate ability was solidified, the innate ability would be upgraded to a special level between innate ability and innate ability. It could be considered a pseudo-innate ability, which meant that its power would surpass its original level, but its consumption would be lower. This was undoubtedly terrifying. Therefore, Chun Zong chose the 33 layered heavens of will as one of his innate abilities. Second, the Heart Sutra. The Heart Sutra was the inheritance of the Will Heavenly Palace. It was a profound technique created based on the 33 layered heavens of will. It was fundamentally different from the 33 layered heavens of will. Although it had existed for a much shorter time than the 33 layered heavens of will, one could not deny its shocking potential and power. Of course, compared to the complete 33 layered heavens of will, the Heart Sutra only had 4 layers. It was not enough. The complete Heart Sutra should have 5 layers. This was only in theory. If the Heart Sutra was his innate ability, then when Chun Zong used the Heart Sutra, the consumption of mental force would be greatly reduced and the power would be increased accordingly. This would become the second choice for Chun Zong's innate ability. Third, the Sword World. The strongest sword dominator of the Middle Era, as well as the first dominator of the Middle Era, Mingyue Jingfeng, after becoming a dominator, had fused everything he had learned. Without a doubt, the Sword World was the most profound Sword Dao ability Chun Zong had ever known. It had boundless potential. In terms of potential and so on, Chun Zong felt that the Sword World was not inferior to the Heart Sutra or the 33 layered heavens of will. Last but not least, the ultimate secret technique, Sword Domain Rending Slaughter. In comparison, the Sword Domain Crushing Strike was the least important choice. However, there was no doubt that the power of the Sword Domain Severing Style was also very strong. Once it became an origin divine ability, its power would become even more terrifying. Moreover, when it was used, it would not exhaust one's strength. Less consumption, more power. Chun Zong was caught in a dilemma. Once the choice of a natural ability was made, it could not be changed. Of course, before breaking through to the transcendent realm, there were indeed many opportunities to change his choice, but it was not advisable. Once a decision was made, it had to be made. One had to be firm and unwavering. Otherwise, changing one's mind multiple times would only become less and less firm. In the end, one might even begin to doubt oneself. For ordinary people, it was normal for them to ponder over and over again. However, for powerful cultivators, it was not necessarily a good thing to repeatedly ponder over and over again, especially when facing a breakthrough. It would only increase the risk of one's breakthrough. Since he had already made his choice, he would continue to make his choice until he made his decision. Time passed slowly. Chun Zong was still thinking. His mind was spinning wildly, and he kept making all kinds of analyses. I am a sword cultivator. Putting aside all decorations, the sword is a killing weapon. The way of the sword is to fight and kill. Sword World is the most suitable origin divine ability for me. A glint flashed across Chun Zong's eyes. It was as sharp as a sword as it flashed past. Sword chi continuously surged around his body. The 33 heavens of the will and the Heart Sutra indeed had endless potential. Once they became origin divine abilities, their power would be very shocking. However, Sword World was not inferior to them. Moreover, Chun Zong was a sword cultivator. Sword World was more compatible with sword cultivators. When Sword World became an origin divine ability, it would only be activated in an instant. Its power would be increased, and its consumption would be reduced. Once it was chosen, it would not be changed. Of course, the stronger the divine ability, the stronger it would be after evolving into an origin divine ability. However, at the same time, the difficulty of evolving it would be higher. Effort and reward had always been proportional. If you wanted to get something better, you would often have to put in more effort. Once the evolution of the origin divine ability failed, the consequences would be very serious. If it was light, one would be injured, and it would be difficult for one to break through to the transcendent realm for the rest of one's life. If it was heavy, the divine ability would directly collapse, and the great Tao would dissipate from the impact, becoming a cripple. Therefore, choosing the origin divine ability was not only related to one's strength and potential, but also related to one's life and death. Sword World was undoubtedly the top divine ability. If Sword World was the origin divine ability, Shinzong would not be able to imagine the difficulties involved. However, in Shinzong's opinion, since there was a top inheritance like Sword World, it was obviously not advisable to ignore it and choose a lesser divine ability. If he wanted to do it, he would do it the best and be the strongest. Yun Yinshin should still be cultivating in seclusion, and he had already chosen his origin divine ability. Next, he would naturally cultivate with all his strength, raise his qi cultivation and body refinement to the extreme, and then break through to the transcendent realm, evolve his origin divine ability, and increase his battle strength. Shinzong was not in a hurry to succeed. Every bit of improvement relied on his own hard work to cultivate, and only then would his foundation be more stable. Although he was eager to have more power, he was not facing any danger now. He should focus on stabilizing his foundation and let the breakthrough happen naturally. In every galaxy, there were 2 or 3 world suppression cities. In every world suppression city, there was a tall building, and that was the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Very suddenly, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, which had always been calm, shook together at this moment. A dot of light shot up into the sky from the top and disappeared into the void. This scene was very sudden and extremely fast, catching people off guard. When they came back to their senses to investigate, they could not find anything. The vast and boundless void, pitch black and deep, was an eternal picture scroll. No one knew how long it had been there, and it was impossible to count. This was a void belt between star domains. It was vast and boundless, and there was no wind or waves. A huge void dragon serpent, which was more than 100,000 meters long, was slowly slithering its huge and strong body. In a leisurely manner, it was cruising in the void as if it had eaten and drunk to its heart's content and was treating the void as its own backyard. The void dragon serpent, which was more than 100,000 meters long, was very terrifying. Only Tao Masters could fight it. Those below Tao Master level were all ants, and even ordinary Tao Masters might not necessarily be its match. Suddenly, the void dragon serpent seemed to have sensed something. The lazy look in its huge eyes disappeared in an instant and was replaced by extreme vigilance. As a void beast, it was born extraordinary and grew up through constant battles. It was not at all comparable to a flower in a greenhouse. Even the slightest movement would alert it. Under the gaze of the huge void dragon serpent, bits of star-like light gathered from all directions and suddenly exploded, creating a layer of ripples. It was like a stone falling into a calm water surface, rippling out layer by layer. Then, there seemed to be a buzzing sound. A streak of flowing light seemed to have cut through the void like a piece of cloth, and a huge crack, which was at least 10,000 meters long, appeared in the void. The void dragon serpent's eyes suddenly constricted as it stared at the 10,000-meter-long crack. For its huge body, a 10,000-meter-long crack was nothing. However, the void dragon serpent felt an astonishing threat and immediately coiled up around its body. The head of the void dragon serpent was held high, and it made a posture that it could attack or defend. In the next moment, rays of light shot out from the crack. The light was very strange. It seemed to be extremely dazzling, but also extremely gentle, as if it did not belong to this part of the void. Then there seemed to be a pair of big hands clasping the two sides of the crack from the other end, and with a sudden force, the crack was torn to the left and right. A large amount of light immediately shot out from the torn crack. It seemed to have turned into a torrent, surging and surging endlessly. The light seemed gentle, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. Once it erupted, it seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was extremely frightening. Seeing the intense light shooting out like a torrent, the void dragon serpent's eyes became somewhat excited. It instinctively felt that the light was beneficial to it, or rather, the power contained in the light was beneficial to it, allowing it to obtain an indescribable increase in strength. However, at the same time, it also felt great danger from it, as if it would die if it approached it. This feeling of danger made the void dragon serpent not dare to approach it at all. However, the void dragon serpent possessed extraordinary intelligence. It did not retreat just like that. Instead, it moved further away and chose to observe. It wanted to see just what it was. If it was certain that it would benefit it in the end, it would not let it go. The 10,000-meter-long crack continued to be torn open, growing bigger and bigger. It grew from 1 meter to 10 meters, then to 100 meters. Finally, at its widest point, it expanded to a radius of 1,000 meters before it stopped. From the 10,000-meter-long and 1,000-meter-wide crack, the mysterious light was like a flood bursting through a dam. It was as if the sea was flowing backwards. It poured out crazily and spread out continuously, enveloping the surroundings. It also surged like a torrent, turning into waves that swept in all directions. 10,000-meter long, 20,000-meter long, 30,000-meter long. The intense light was constantly spreading, as if it wanted to completely cover this area of nothingness. 40,000-meter long, 50,000-meter long. The area covered by the intense light was constantly increasing and spreading. The light was like water and waves, extremely intense. The void dragon serpent's eyes were filled with anticipation and greed. It was as if they were about to materialize, but its remaining rationality restrained its actions. 60,000-meter long, 70,000-meter long, 80,000-meter long, 90,000-meter long, 100,000-meter long, 1,000,000 meter long. When the intense light surged out of the 10,000-meter-long crack and covered a radius of 1 million meter long, it stopped spreading. The light also gradually stopped surging out of the crack. From afar, it looked like a 10,000-meter-long and 1,000-meter-wide crack. It was like a strange-looking giant standing above the 1 million-meter-long sea of light. The light was like a tide, surging and surging, rolling up layers of waves. However, it did not rush out of the 1 million-meter-long crack. It seemed to be restrained by an invisible force. After observing for a long time and not discovering any other movements, the void dragon serpent finally could not hold back. This was because its instincts told it that the power contained in the 1 million-meter-long sea of light was very beneficial to it. It would benefit greatly if it entered. Chapter 2385. Begging for monthly votes, cheering for wholehearted Dowmaster. The void was vast and boundless, as if there was no end to it. Only a few people knew about what happened in the void zone between star fields, but it didn't mean that it wouldn't spread out. Several practitioners were driving the void airship, shuttling through the void zone. Look, what's that? It's so dark in the void zone. There's not even a ghost. What's there to see? No, look. The voice was full of urgency. The people in the flying boat looked over, and their eyes widened. Their eyes bulged, and their mouths were agape. They looked extremely shocked. Through the airship, they saw a huge sea of light and a crack in it. What's that? Hurry, let's go over there. These people were rogue cultivators, but they were quite knowledgeable. When they saw such a vast scene, they knew that it was extraordinary. Perhaps it was a rare opportunity. If they could obtain it, they might be able to leap through the dragon's gate and become extraordinary from then on. Thinking of this, these rogue practitioners were very excited. As they approached, a few independent cultivators left the void flying ship and stood at the edge of the million-meter sea of light, carefully observing it. Although they were very excited, they did not act rashly. This was the experience they had accumulated over many years. Only this way could they live longer. After observing for a while, they still couldn't find anything. They could only instinctively feel that the power contained in it was very shocking. It seemed to be very powerful, and perhaps it would be very beneficial to them. As for the 10,000-meter-long fissure in the center of the million-meter-long sea of light, it might contain even greater and more astonishing opportunities. "I'll go in and have a look," one of them said immediately. Then, he took a step forward and stepped into the sea of light. His body seemed to be submerged by the sea of light. His face immediately revealed a touch of ecstasy, and he couldn't help but laugh wildly. That feeling, incomparably carefree. An incomparably pure and vast power, which was very brilliant and far superior to any other power, was constantly seeping into his body from all directions. The power kept pouring in and filling his body. He could feel that his flesh and blood were undergoing a magical change, as if they were becoming more brilliant. If one had to describe this feeling, it would be similar to the transformation from demigod rank to imminent deity realm. It was a transformation in the level of life. Moreover, the energy in his body was also being driven along, and it was also undergoing a mysterious transformation. He felt that when his transformation was complete, he would definitely become even stronger. In fact, he might even become as outstanding as the heavens chosen. His future was limitless. "You guys, hurry up." Just as the man was about to call for the others to enter, his face suddenly warped in horror, as if he had just encountered something terrifying. "Don't go in." Before he could finish speaking, he was completely swallowed up by the sea of light. With a bang, he shattered and turned into powder that fused into the sea of light. Even his nascent soul could not escape. It directly melted away, and his soul dispersed. He died. Those people were all extremely horrified. They couldn't help but continuously retreat, pulling apart the distance between them and the sea of light. They also felt an indescribable sadness. In any case, they were good friends who had roamed the world together for many years. It was impossible for them not to feel bad for him to die, just like that in front of them. Even his primordial spirit did not have the time to leave and completely dissipate. However, when shock and discomfort appeared at the same time, the discomfort did not seem so intense. It was just that under the double shock, these people's minds were a little chaotic. They needed some time to calm down. After a while, when their minds had just recovered, their pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. They saw that in the sea of light, a huge figure was wriggling up and down like a dragon coming out of the water. That huge figure was clearly a void beast, and an extremely powerful one at that. The void dragon serpent. "Let's go. Let's leave this place quickly." That's right. Even if there is some heaven-defying opportunity, it's not something that we can get our hands on. Although these people were very reluctant, they were very decisive and did not lose themselves to the temptation. Whether it was the death of their companions or the huge void dragon serpent, they knew that even if there was a heaven-defying opportunity here, it had nothing to do with them. After a long time, these people finally calmed down and regained their ability to think. Although we can't get the opportunity, it doesn't mean that we won't gain anything. At least, we can treat this as a secret and sell it to other forces. With this, we can obtain more wealth in exchange for cultivation resources. Okay, it's decided. Yes, after entering the next star zone, we'll sell this as a secret to the Wind Pavilion. The Wind Pavilion specializes in collecting and selling information about the void, and it's the most fair. It's indeed the most suitable choice. It was as if a gust of wind had blown through the wind pavilions and into the void, blowing into the various powerful forces. The 4 great holy lands, many star sector-level forces, and so on. Move out. Experts moved out one after another. They were all down masters. The 10,000-meter-long crack, the million-meter-long sea of light, and the down master void dragon serpent. These were all confirmed by the Wind Pavilion and were 100% true. The Down Master Void Dragon Serpent was nothing. What was truly shocking were the million-meter-long Sea of Light and the 10,000-meter-long crack. Although the Wind Pavilion was a force that mainly collected and sold information, its foundation was also very shocking. Its overall strength was very strong and was a high-ranked star sector-level force. Moreover, the Wind Pavilion had always been known for its fairness. The information they collected was always verified repeatedly and only sold after it was confirmed to be true. Void airships stopped 1 million meters away from the Sea of Light. Figures with terrifying auras appeared one after another. They stood at the edge of the Sea of Light and stared at the 10,000-meter-long crack. Their pupils contracted as if they were trying to see through it. In fact, they couldn't see anything. It was too mysterious. In the Sea of Light, a huge figure appeared. It was a void dragon serpent that looked like a real dragon cruising in the Sea of Light. Originally, the void dragon serpent was only a little over 100,000 meters long, but now its length had increased by more than 10,000 meters. The aura it exuded was so terrifying that even some Down Masters were terrified. "I'll go and have a look." A powerful Down Master took a step forward. He was a Down Master from the Eternal Battle Fort. Because of the Northern Front, he was the only Down Master from the Eternal Battle Fort. Powerful battle chi filled the surroundings and spun endlessly. It seemed to have turned into a suit of armor. He stepped into the Sea of Light. However, a buzzing sound was heard. The Sea of Light raised monstrous waves that rushed towards him with a thunderous force. It seemed like it was going to shatter him. "Break!" The Down Master from the Eternal Battle Fort suddenly shouted and punched out. It seemed like he was going to shatter everything. He directly smashed the monstrous waves into pieces. After smashing the monstrous waves, he stepped forward and approached the 10,000-meter-long crack. Then, a tail suddenly swept out with terrifying power and bombarded the Down Master from the Eternal Battle Fort, sending him flying out of the Sea of Light. The Void Dragon Serpent had made its move. The Void Dragon Serpent felt great benefits here and had long regarded the Sea of Light as its own territory. How could it allow others to invade it? The Void Dragon Serpent had fallen asleep when the Yuanming realm individual entered. Otherwise, even if he didn't die under the power of the Sea of Light, he would have been killed by the Void Dragon Serpent when it woke up. The majesty of the Void Beast was inviolable, especially when it was regarded as an intruder. It was too powerful. That blow directly sent the 6-star Down Master flying. His armor was shattered and his chi and blood were turbulent. He had already been slightly injured. As everyone knew, the bigger the Void Beast, the more powerful it was. The 200,000-meter-long Void Dragon Serpent was absolutely amazing. "Let's join forces," the other Down Masters said at the same time. The aura around them gushed out and spread, covering their entire bodies. They stepped out and entered the Sea of Light. "Fight!" Several Down Masters joined forces to fight the Void Dragon Serpent. The Void Dragon Serpent seemed to be enraged. It let out an extremely vigorous roar, rolling up extremely terrifying waves of light and erupting with incomparably astonishing power. "Fight!" The fierce battle continued. Several Down Masters joined forces but couldn't do anything to the Void Dragon Serpent. Instead, they were suppressed by the Void Dragon Serpent. More Down Masters stepped into the Sea of Light and joined forces. Suddenly, the situation of the battle was reversed and the Void Dragon Serpent was suppressed. However, they could only suppress it. The Void Dragon Serpent's body was so strong that the attacks of the Down Masters couldn't do any harm to it. Even if they did, it was only a minor injury. Minor injuries were nothing to such a huge Void Dragon Serpent because of its incredible vitality and amazing self-healing ability. Moreover, it was nourished by the Sea of Light and recovered faster. Although more than 20 Down Masters joined forces and gained the upper hand, they couldn't really kill the Void Dragon Serpent. They couldn't even seriously injure it. Even a minor injury would be healed in an instant. The power of the Void Dragon Serpent seemed to be inexhaustible. The more it fought, the braver it became. Gradually, it turned the situation around. On the other hand, more than a dozen Tao Masters were gradually losing their advantage as the fierce battle continued. Retreat. More than a dozen Tao Masters quickly retreated out of the Sea of Light. The Void Dragon Serpent furiously chased after them, but didn't rush out of the Sea of Light. Instead, it roared in the Sea of Light as if it was warning the other Tao Masters. The Tao Masters looked pale. They could see that even if more people joined forces, they wouldn't be able to do anything to the Void Dragon Serpent in the Sea of Light. If they couldn't do anything to the Void Dragon Serpent, it meant that they couldn't get close to the 10,000-meter-long crack and explore its mystery. "Let me do it." A calm voice sounded in everyone's ears. At the same time, a flowing light flashed and rushed into the Sea of Light. It's Wholehearted Tao Master from a Heavenly Palace. Even Wholehearted Tao Master is here. One of the Tao Masters recognized the flowing light and was shocked. Wholehearted Tao Master was the Palace Master of a Heavenly Palace, the fifth palace of a Heavenly Palace. His status was extraordinary and was comparable to that of a leader of a top-star domain-level force. He was also a top Tao Master with strong battle strength. Chapter 2386. Exin Tao Master. He was a very famous top Tao Master, a legend among Tao Masters. He was one of the top Tao Masters throughout history. Since he became a legend, he rarely fought. Usually, he lived in seclusion and did not leave the Heavenly Palace easily. However, although Exin Tao Master was rarely seen in the void, there were legends of him among the Tao Masters. Now, Exin Tao Master had appeared and was about to fight. All the Tao Masters widened their eyes and focused on him. They wanted to see how strong this legendary Tao Master was. Exin Tao Master looked calm. His eyes were deep and boundless, reflecting the Void Dragon Serpent that was more than 200,000 meters long. When Exin Tao Master stepped into the Sea of Light, the Void Dragon Serpent was enraged again. It felt that its territory was being invaded. The light on its coiled body surged like water and rushed in all directions, setting off huge waves that rushed toward Exin Tao Master. It opened its mouth, and a thick beam of red light shot out from the Void Dragon Snake's mouth. The beam of red light was huge, and it covered everything. It was like a torrent of the sea, and its power was unparalleled. The aura it exuded from far away caused the expressions of the Tao Venerables outside the Sea of Light to change. They were sure that with their strength, they would not be able to resist the attack. They would at least be severely injured or even killed. How could Exin Tao Master deal with it? Exin Tao Master's expression did not change at all in the face of such a violent and terrifying attack. His eyes were still calm and deep. He moved his arm and pointed his finger like a sword. In an instant, a beam of light shone from his body. As it rotated, it burst out with amazing power and directly blasted out. "It's here!" Exin Tao Master's Heavenly Heart Hoop. Back then, at the northern battlefront, Exin Holy Man had used his natal divine artifact, the Heavenly Heart Ring, to fight against more than a dozen barbarian generals alone. He had killed all of them, shocking both the human race and the barbarian tribe. When the light shot out, its might was astonishing. That light broke through everything, and like a hot knife through butter, it tore apart the red light that was shooting towards him. The single-hearted holy man's body also moved forward. It was as if a passage had been carved out. This scene caused the other Tao Paragons to be extremely shocked. Such an attack had actually been broken apart so easily. I've long heard that the Heavenly Heart Ring of Wholehearted Holy Master is extremely powerful and is best at breaking through attacks. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's indeed true. A Tao Master exclaimed. "Sky Heart, stars sink." With a low roar, the single-hearted holy man's expression became less indifferent and more serious. The Heavenly Heart bracelet exploded with a blinding light that illuminated the surroundings. It was as if a star was shining with boundless radiance. In that instant, it seemed as if all the power of the star had been ignited. It was as if a shooting star had released the most radiance in its life. The Heavenly Heart Ring shot out like a meteor. Compared to the void dragon serpent's huge body, it was naturally nothing. However, the power contained within it was extremely terrifying. The void dragon serpent was shocked, but it was unable to dodge. The void dragon serpent's body was simply too huge. Even if it was fast, it couldn't avoid this attack. At the moment of impact, it was as if a star had shattered and exploded. The power generated in that instant was terrifying to the extreme. The tyrannical body of the void dragon serpent was directly split open, creating a huge hole that was a few thousand meters wide. For the void dragon serpent's body that was more than 200,000 meters long, a wound of a few thousand meters wide was nothing. However, the heavenly heart ring continued to rotate and cut into the void dragon serpent like a hot knife through butter. The tyrannical power continued to penetrate into the void dragon serpent's body, causing it to writhe incessantly, creating huge waves. So powerful, the Tao Paragons were stunned. Although they had the upper hand when they joined forces, they couldn't really hurt the void dragon serpent. At most, they could only scratch its skin. However, the single-hearted holy man's attack had caused a wound that was a few thousand meters wide. It was unknown how many times more powerful it was than theirs. Was this the monstrous combat power of a legendary Tao master? The gap between them was so huge that it was shocking. However, the sea of light rippled and covered the void dragon serpent's wound that was a few thousand meters wide. In addition to the void dragon serpent's powerful self-healing ability, the wound was rapidly healing. Heavenly Heart, Moonfall. The single-hearted holy man's expression was solemn. He lightly tapped the heavenly heart ring in front of him. In an instant, the heavenly heart ring once again erupted with an incomparably intense light. However, in the next moment, the light was restrained and became dark. It directly blasted out like a waning moon falling from the sky. It became faster, brighter, and more powerful. The waning moon of the moon fall once again bombarded the void dragon serpent's body, creating a wound that was more than 10,000 meters wide. It was even more shocking. Heavenly Heart, Sunfall. The third attack, the light from the heavenly heart ring, was so intense that one couldn't look directly at it. It was like a falling sun, and it carried an extremely terrifying destructive force. It destroyed everything in its path, and even the sea of light was broken apart. Hiss, roar. However, it couldn't resist. An even bigger wound appeared on the void dragon serpent's body. If the void dragon serpent was 100,000 meters long, it would probably have been broken in half. Even so, the void dragon serpent was severely injured. Its aura was weak, and it was on the verge of death. The battle strength of the wholehearted Tao Master seems to have gotten stronger. A Tao Master who had seen the wholehearted Tao Master in action before had a dazed look on his face. He seemed to be mumbling to himself, full of shock. The sea of light surged and surged, covering the void dragon serpent. Its injuries healed at an astonishing speed. The wholehearted Tao Master's expression was extremely serious. Stars fall, moon fall, sun fall. 3 ultimate attacks, each stronger than the last, but they couldn't really kill the void dragon serpent. Then, he could only use his strongest attack. This attack would directly shatter the void dragon serpent's body and kill it directly, not giving it any chance to recover. Heavenly Heart, the wholehearted Tao Master's voice sounded. Compared to before, it was a little more serious, as if it carried with it an infinite amount of power. Stars fall, moon fall, sun fall. Tao of sun, moon, and stars collapse. All things return to ruins. The moment he finished speaking, the light from the heavenly heart ring was indescribable. Starlight, moonlight, and the halo of the sun erupted in an instant and surrounded the area. When they collided, it was as if they were shattering and collapsing. A terrifying power that could destroy everything spread out. Under this power, everything would be reduced to nothingness. The water of the sea of light around the wholehearted Tao Master seemed to evaporate, turning into nothingness. Outside the sea of light, the Tao Masters were inexplicably shocked. The power made them tremble uncontrollably. The void dragon serpent, who had recovered, couldn't help but let out a mournful cry at this moment, its huge body trembling slightly. The aura from this attack was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that the void dragon serpent felt that it couldn't withstand it. Die. It would die. The void dragon serpent had extraordinary intelligence. It didn't want to die, especially when it had obtained such an opportunity. As long as it continued to stay in the sea of light, it would continue to evolve and improve. In the end, it would become even stronger, and it wouldn't be impossible for it to reach the sovereign realm of the human race. But now it was going to die when the attack landed. It couldn't wait to die. However, the aura was too terrifying. It made the void dragon serpent feel fear from the bottom of its heart. The wholehearted Tao Master's expression was extremely solemn. His fingers seemed to carry thousands of kilograms as he slowly pointed forward. In an instant, the heavenly heart ring seemed to explode, releasing a terrifying destructive power. All things returned to nothingness as the attack was launched. It was like the falling of the sun, the falling of the moon, and the sinking of the stars. The void dragon serpent's body stiffened, unable to resist. The attack was about to hit the void dragon serpent and destroy its huge body. But just as it was about to destroy the void dragon serpent's huge body, a strange change occurred. From the 10,000-meter-long crack, a ball of light the size of a human head flew out rapidly. It paused for a moment, as if it was looking around. Then it charged directly towards the void dragon serpent. The ball of light instantly sank into the void dragon snake's head. The void dragon snake's body froze for a moment, as if it had been frozen. In the next moment, its huge eyes emitted an extremely dazzling golden light. The golden light spread for tens of thousands of zhang, traversing the sea of light. Boom, boom, boom. The waves of the sea of light rolled up, overflowing in all directions. One layer after another, they swept out. It was as if they could destroy the heavens and the earth. They collided instantly with the strongest attack of the wholehearted Tao Master. However, there was no earth-shattering explosion. Instead, the strongest attack of the wholehearted Tao Master was continuously attacked, engulfed, and swallowed. Finally, all of its power was swallowed up, and everything returned to normal. This scene shocked the wholehearted Tao Master. The heavenly heart ring flew out of the sea of light and revolved around the wholehearted Tao Master. It spun slowly, and streaks of power condensed within it. Illusory flames also appeared on the wholehearted Tao Master's body, burning nonstop. Heart fire. The next attack was going to be an attack with the power of the extreme state. Living beings of this world, please wait. A vast and majestic voice suddenly rang out from the void dragon serpent's mouth. The wholehearted Tao Master's pupils contracted. The Tao Masters outside the Sea of Light were also shocked. The void dragon serpent actually spoke. Was that an illusion? Everyone knew that the stronger the void dragon serpent was, the more intelligent it was. However, they had never heard of a void dragon serpent speaking. Moreover, they also noticed the other party's words. Living beings of this world. What did this mean? Did this mean that the void dragon serpent did not belong here? Did it come from somewhere else? They could not think too much about it. Once they did, their minds were in a mess. Where did you come from? The wholehearted Tao Master did not disperse his power. He asked solemnly, I am the commander of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. This time, I have descended to bestow upon the living beings of this world an opportunity. The void dragon serpent spoke again. However, the content of its words shocked the wholehearted Tao Master and the other Tao Masters. 9 Heavens Imperial Court. The wholehearted Tao Master muttered. These 4 words and this title were very familiar to him. This was because in every world suppression city in the void, there was a tall tower called the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Instinctively, the wholehearted Tao Master felt that this matter was too important for him to decide. He immediately sent a message. This time, the message was sent to the will sovereign of the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 2387. That starfield void belt, that 1 million-meter sea of light, that 200,000-meter-long void dragon serpent that could speak human language. The sovereigns had arrived. The sovereigns of Calamity, Godly, Flame Mountain, Juin, Purple Extreme Palace, Eternal Battle Fort, Will Heavenly Palace, and Wandering Cultivators. The arrival of the sovereigns isolated the area. No one knew what the sovereigns were talking about with the void dragon serpent. However, the Eternal Battle Fort sovereigns couldn't do anything to the void draconic serpent. The sovereigns left with their respective Tao sovereigns. The void dragon serpent lay dormant in the million-meter sea of light, as if waiting for something. There were three figures in Will Heavenly Palace and Will Heavenly Palace. They were wholehearted Tao sovereign, Yu Wuxia, and Xiang Fei. Where's Junior Brother? Is he not here yet? Xiang Fei asked. I've already notified him. He should be here soon. Wholehearted Tao sovereign smiled, but he seemed to be thinking about something absent-mindedly. Yu Wuxia, on the other hand, was mumbling to himself. Why did Master call him back so urgently? What did he want? It seemed that he could only wait for Junior Brother to arrive to find out. He was really anxious. I'll go get him. Yu Wuxia was impatient. He felt that Master had something important to tell him, but he had to wait because Chunzong hadn't arrived yet. He couldn't sit still. Yu Wuxia was about to rush out of Will Heavenly Palace when a figure flew in from outside. It was Chunzong. Junior Brother, you're finally here. Yu Wuxia appeared beside Chunzong, and a palm landed heavily on Chunzong's shoulder, emitting a shocking sound like the beating of a drum. Chi energy spread out in all directions. However, Chunzong wasn't any weaker than Yu Wuxia in terms of cultivation. In terms of combat strength, he was stronger. The palm didn't seem to have much effect. I've kept Master and Senior Sisters waiting. Chunzong bowed to Wholehearted Tao Sovereign with a smile. It's fine. Wholehearted Tao Sovereign came back to his senses and smiled. I called you here in such a hurry because there's an opportunity, an unparalleled opportunity. Opportunity, an unparalleled opportunity. Chunzong and the other two were shocked when they heard this. The word fortuitous encounter was easy to understand. Ever since they embarked on the path of cultivation, they had encountered countless fortuitous encounters. Therefore, a single fortuitous encounter was nothing to them. However, to add the word matchless in front of an opportunity, especially when it came from a top-down master like Wholehearted Holy Master, it was extraordinary. Everything was relative. A celestial divine artifact was of great value to a Tao controlling realm expert, and a spiritual divine artifact was of great value to a Tao controlling realm expert, but it was nothing to a Tao sovereign. Similarly, an opportunity that was good for a Yuan underworld was nothing to a Tao venerate. Now, Wholehearted Tao Master had used the word unparalleled to describe this opportunity. This meant that even Wholehearted Tao Master was moved by this opportunity. Then, what kind of fortuitous encounter was it? How could a top-down master like Wholehearted Tao Master call him unparalleled? Chunzong and the other two's hearts couldn't help but beat wildly. They were full of anticipation. You don't have to know about the background of this unparalleled opportunity for the time being. Knowing it in advance won't do you any good. Instead, it will be detrimental, Wholehearted Tao Master said solemnly. Wholehearted Tao Master rarely spoke to his disciples with such an expression and tone. Naturally, the three of them took it seriously and dispelled any thoughts of probing further. Although they didn't know, they also knew that some secrets should not be probed. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. This was because some secrets required sufficient cultivation base and strength to be qualified to bear them. The mystery behind this so-called unparalleled opportunity was probably the same. It's not easy to obtain that unparalleled opportunity. You have to pass a test. Only by passing the test will you be qualified to know the secret behind it. Wholehearted Tao Master narrowed his eyes slightly as he recalled those secrets. His mind was in turmoil, and he fell silent. The three of them didn't say anything. They just waited quietly. After a long while, Wholehearted Tao Master came back to his senses and said, "Only Yuan underworld cultivators are qualified to participate in this opportunity." Those below or above the Yuan underworld have no chance. Chunzong and the other two were shocked. Only Yuan underworld cultivators were qualified to participate. Those below or above the Yuan underworld cultivators were not allowed. What kind of opportunity was this? Unparalleled opportunity? The three of them looked at wholehearted Dao Master eagerly, hoping that he could reveal more information. All right, you don't have to know too much now. Wholehearted Dao Master couldn't help but laugh when he saw their expressions. However, he shook his head and said, "Now, all of you should cultivate properly and improve yourselves as much as possible. However, remember not to break through to the divine power grade. I will naturally inform you when the time is right." The three of them could only listen to their master obediently and bid farewell to wholehearted Dao Master. In wholehearted palace, wholehearted Dao Master fell into deep thought again. His eyes were somewhat absent-minded. It couldn't be helped. Not a single person who knew about these secrets wasn't like this. What was even more serious was that they were constantly in a state of absent-mindedness, and their minds were violently fluctuating. Even if they were at the sovereign realm, they wouldn't be able to remain calm and aloof in front of such secrets. This was because even a sovereign powerhouse would want to obtain such an opportunity. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, only Yuan underworld cultivators could do it. Being able to see it, but not be able to touch, it was the most torturous feeling. Fortunately, every top Dao venerate's mind and willpower were incomparably tough. This was something that had been tempered and tempered countless times and wouldn't be easily affected by external factors. Even if they were affected, they would be able to adjust themselves. The only difference was the length of time. Because of this, sovereign powerhouses and Dao venerates were qualified to know these secrets in advance. However, those below the Dao venerate level couldn't. This was a kind of subversive and direct impact. There weren't many below the Dao venerate level who could withstand it. If they couldn't withstand it, they might doubt themselves and everything else and eventually go crazy. Moreover, it wasn't clear who could withstand it and who couldn't. Without real experience, no one dared to say for sure. It was because of this that this secret was first sealed and not let anyone below the Dao venerate level know. Even ordinary Dao venerates weren't qualified to know. Only those who had reached the peak of the Dao venerate level were qualified to know. Only those who had truly passed the test would be qualified to know. After all, passing the test was the time to obtain the unparalleled opportunity. It had to be known. 9 Heaven's Imperial Court, Void Universe. He muttered in a low voice that only he could hear. His eyes instantly shone with an unparalleled radiance. Although only Yuan underworld cultivators were qualified to take the test, it wasn't as if others didn't have a chance. It was just that it wasn't that easy. However, as long as there was a chance, it was worth looking forward to. Unparalleled opportunity? What exactly is it? I really want to know immediately, Yu Wuxia said impatiently. Senior sister, don't be anxious. Master will naturally tell us when it's time to know. Xia Yingfei's temperament was more gentle. Or rather, it was because she was muddle-headed from time to time that she was often in a calm state. Although I also want to know, it's not the time yet. Senior sister, don't be anxious. Chunzong smiled. What we need to do now is to do our best to improve our strength. However, we can't break through to the divine power realm. You talk too much. Yu Wuxia rolled her eyes at Chunzong. However, her figure was extremely hot and her appearance was extremely beautiful. Thus, her rolling eyes gave off a very flirtatious feeling. Chunzong smiled faintly as he watched Yu Wuxia leave quickly. Then, he turned to Xia Yingfei. For senior sister, I also have to go into seclusion for a while. See you later. Okay, little junior brother, do your best. Xia Yingfei clenched her fists and encouraged him. In addition to Chunzong and the other two, the other Yuan underworld disciples in the Heavenly Palace were also summoned by their respective Dao masters to give them a word of encouragement. Of course, they also mentioned the unparalleled opportunity. However, they didn't know the secret behind it. Of course, not all Dao masters knew the secret. In the entire Heavenly Palace, only Tao Master Exian and the other two top Tao Masters were qualified to know the secret, excluding those who weren't in the Heavenly Palace. In any case, the unparalleled opportunity that a Tao Master powerhouse called Unparalleled Opportunity was still very shocking. The Yuan underworld disciples were all full of energy and went into seclusion to cultivate. Up until now, they still didn't know when the test would begin or what it would be about. However, in general, strength was the most important thing in a cultivator. Therefore, it wouldn't be wrong or bad to cultivate hard to improve one's strength. As for other aspects, no one knew and they could only act according to the circumstances. Sometimes the opportunity also depended on luck. For example, what if the test inside the opportunity was related to array Tao, but the person who entered didn't cultivate array Tao? They could only miss the opportunity. This was something that couldn't be helped. Even if they knew the content of the test in advance, they couldn't cultivate array Tao. After all, it took a lot of time and energy to go from beginner to profound array Tao. Therefore, there was no need to care so much about the test. There was no need to find out what the test was about, because it was completely unnecessary. All they had to do was improve their strength. This was the case in the Heavenly Palace. It was the same in the Eternal Battle Fort, Everlasting Divine Flame Mountain, Purple Extreme Jiuan Palace, and other celestial domain grade forces. The true disciples of sacred grounds and celestial domain grade forces all went into seclusion to seek the opportunity. Whether they could pass the test or not was unknown, but the opportunity was right in front of them. No matter what, they had to take a gamble. Perhaps they could get it when the time came. No one could tell what the unknown would be like. It was full of uncertainties. Because of this, it made people look forward to it even more and gave birth to countless possibilities. On the northern front line, the war against the barbarian tribe had also been adjusted to a certain extent. However, these adjustments were subtle, and the barbarian tribe couldn't sense anything in a short time. Chapter 2388. In the void belt of the star domain, the void dragon serpent's body had grown even larger. It was now more than 300,000 meters long. Its aura had also become more terrifying and shocking. The 1 million meter sea of light had also changed greatly. It swept from bottom to top and finally shrank at the highest point, forming a huge inverted semicircle. Layers upon layers of waves were chilling as the cycle repeated. The scene inside couldn't be seen from the outside. I wonder how many people will be able to pass the test in the third sequence void. The void dragon serpent's incomparably huge body was coiled up in the sky as it looked down. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Chunzong, Yu Wuxia, Xiaoying Fei, and the other Yuan underworld core disciples of the Will Sky Palace came out one by one. After half a year of seclusion, each of them had more or less improved and were in high spirits. All the Yuan underworld core disciples had gathered in the largest palace in the Will Sky Palace. In addition to these Yuan underworld core disciples, many Tao venerates had also gathered there. The unparalleled opportunity has arrived, but not everyone is qualified to participate in the test. The Great Heart Elephant Venerable stood at the top of the Will Sky Palace and looked down in all directions. He was the Palace Master of the Will Sky Palace and one of the top Tao venerates in the Will Sky Palace. His combat strength was extremely strong and was rumored to be on par with the wholehearted Tao Venerable. The other 4 Palace Masters were scattered on the left and right sides. The other Tao venerates were also scattered around. Such a large lineup was astonishing. The Will Sky Palace didn't have so many Tao venerates present except for the third Tao disciple ceremony. The Will Sky Palace was the first palace of the Will Sky Palace. It was the first palace and also the most orthodox palace. All important matters would be carried out there. The Yuan underworld core disciples' breathing quickened when they heard the Great Heart Elephant Venerable's words. Unparalleled opportunity. They had been in seclusion for half a year and had specially returned from the northern battlefront and other places just for this unparalleled opportunity that the Tao venerates were talking about. How could they miss such an opportunity? Although everyone was excited, they also heard the Great Heart Elephant Venerable's words. Not everyone was qualified to participate. Of course, everyone could understand. Only a small number of people would be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter when it appeared. This was the same for unparalleled fortuitous encounters. It couldn't be more normal. This opportunity isn't exclusive to the Will Sky Palace. It is targeted at all Yuan underworld elites in the void. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they heard the Great Heart Elephant Venerate's second sentence. It targeted all the Yuan Ming prodigies in the void. The entire void was so vast. How many Yuan underworld cultivators were there? He really hadn't counted it, but it was definitely a lot. Even if a portion of them was eliminated, there was still a lot of them. Furthermore, there were also many Yuan underworld geniuses. This meant that the competition would be very, very big. They would have to face all the geniuses in the entire void. There were 4 sacred lands, many cosmic realm state forces, and even some cosmic system states and solo prodigies. 100 vying barges. Some people frowned because the pressure was too great and they might not be able to win. There were also some whose faces were full of excitement because they could compete with even more geniuses. There were all kinds of people, and all kinds of people had different personalities. Due to many reasons, the number of people participating in the test is limited. The 4 sacred lands will each get 10 spots. In other words, the Will Sky Palace will only get 10 out of the 1,000 Yuan underworld elites. The Great Heart Elephant Venerate's words shocked all the Yuan underworld elites. Although there were less than 1,000 Yuan underworld elites present, there were still more than 700 of them. Choosing 10 out of 700 was indeed a cruel thing to do. The third Tao disciple, Chun Zong, does not need to be selected. He will directly obtain a spot. The remaining 9 spots will be up to you all to compete, the Great Heart Elephant Venerate said. Chun Zong was slightly surprised. He hadn't been able to compete and had directly obtained a spot. However, when he thought about it, this was very normal. After all, in terms of combat strength, he could kill a 1-star Divine Power Realm elite if he used his full strength. It wouldn't be impossible for him to contend with a 2-star Divine Power Realm elite. Although there were some Yuan underworld elites present who had very strong combat strength, they couldn't reach the Divine Power Realm. It could be said that Chun Zong was already on a completely different level from them. The third Tao disciple had displayed his might on the northern battlefront, and his cultivation base had also reached the perfected Yuan underworld. In any case, Chun Zong's combat strength was at the peak of the Yuan underworld. Thus, no one had any objections to him obtaining one of the 10 spots. With 1 less spot, the competition for the remaining 9 spots became even more intense. The most direct method was to fight. In a one-on-one battle, the winner would advance and the loser would be eliminated. There was no luck involved. The third true disciple of the One Heart Palace, Yu Wuxia, erupted with an astonishing battle prowess. Her pair of iron fists were extremely violent, and her pair of slender legs were also filled with incomparable violent might. Those who fought against her were all defeated by her extremely violent attacks, as if they were dried weeds and smashed rotten wood. Chun Zong discovered that although Yu Wuxia's combat strength hadn't reached the 12-star level of the Ultra Boundary, it was very close. An ordinary Peak 11-star was no longer a match for her. However, in addition to Yu Wuxia, Chun Zong also unexpectedly discovered that someone's combat power had surpassed the level of the 11-star level. Someone who had truly reached the 12-star level referred to the conventional combat power, and that was the combat power without using any secret techniques. This person had been mingling in the northern battlefront all year round. His name was Meng Yuan, and it was in the past 6 months that he had finally broken through the limits of his combat strength and entered the Ultra Boundary. Battle, battle, battle. Battle after battle, the winner would advance and the loser would be eliminated. There was no pause. Yu Wuxiao won one battle after another. She was also very lucky that she didn't encounter Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan, who had the combat strength of an Ultra Boundary, defeated his opponents like a hot knife through butter and advanced continuously. It was very difficult to attain the combat strength of the 12-star level. There had been countless geniuses since ancient times, but very few had been able to reach the 12-star level. Although the Heavenly Palace was the #1 sacred ground, there were very few true disciples who could attain the combat strength of the 12-star level. For example, there were currently only 2 in the path manipulation realm. Of course, there were still other disciples who hadn't fully matured and had some hope of breaking through the limits and advancing to the ultra boundary in the future. As for the Yuan underworld realm, there were currently 2. One was Chunzong, and the other was Meng Yuan. As for Yu Wuxia, there was still some hope that she could break through, but the success rate was uncertain. As for the other geniuses, of course, there were also a few who had hope, but that was all there was to it. The combat strength of the ultra boundary was a kind of sublimation. It wasn't something that could be achieved just by talent alone. There were also many factors that combined to create it. For example, the northern battlefront was extremely fierce, and life and death battles were endless. However, there were only a few battlefronts that had 12-star combat strength. Most of the battlefronts didn't have any, which showed how rare the combat strength of the ultra boundary was. One after another, extremely fierce battles took place. Some of them even made Chunzong feel that it was very exciting. It should be known that Chunzong's current combat strength was no longer on the same level as them. Those that could make him feel excited were very extraordinary. When the last battle ended, the dust settled, and the 9 spots were thus decided. In addition to Chunzong, who had already obtained a spot, there were a total of 10 spots. Of these 10, 7 were men and 3 were women. They were Chunzong, Meng Yuan, Yu Wuxia, Lu Liang, Zhou Huang, Sun Fengqiu, Luo Yunrua, Zhang Zhenzhong, Su Xing, and Su Chun. Chunzong and Meng Yuan's combat strength was at the ultra boundary level, while the remaining 8 were at the peak of the 11-star level. Such a lineup was quite astonishing. The 10 spots have been decided. You have half a month to prepare well and adjust yourselves to the best state. The Great Heart Elephant Venerable said, "Half a month later, we will set off on time. Any questions?" Venerable One, "May I ask where we will be going in half a month?" Meng Yuan immediately asked, "No need to rush. You will know when the time comes." The Great Heart Elephant Venerable looked at Meng Yuan and smiled. The Great Heart Elephant Venerable had an impression of Meng Yuan because he was a true disciple of the Palace of Will. His talent was not the best, but he was very hardworking. His degree of effort far surpassed that of others. In order to train himself, he stayed at the northern battlefront for 100 years. Through the life and death battles with the barbarian tribe, he stimulated his potential and crazily trained himself. Originally, according to his talent, it was very difficult for him to break through to the ultra boundary level. After all, he did not reach it when he was in the path manipulation realm. Although it was said that the ultra boundary level did not depend entirely on talent, if one did not have enough talent, it would be an extravagant hope. He did not expect Meng Yuan to be able to break through the shackles and reach the ultra boundary level. He could not help but be looked at in a different light. Because of this, the Great Heart Elephant Venerable's attitude towards him was relatively more amiable. "Let's go. Cultivate well," the Great Heart Elephant Venerable said in the end. He turned around and seemed to disappear. Everyone also left. Those who got a slot were, of course, happy. Those who did not get a slot were inevitably disappointed. This was unavoidable. Opportunities were always prepared for a small number of people. Only a small number of people were qualified to enjoy them. At the end of the day, it was still necessary to improve oneself as much as possible and become stronger. Only then would one be qualified to fight for opportunities. Otherwise, when a fortuitous encounter arrived, yet they missed it due to their lack of strength, that would cause them to beat their chests and stamp their feet with extreme heartache. "Shindaozi, please fight with me." Meng Yuan stopped Chunzong. His eyes flickered with a sharp light. His tone was also full of astonishing fighting spirit. In order to improve himself, he fought crazily, putting himself on the edge of life and death. When he was at the northern battlefront, he had heard of Chunzong's fame, but he had never had the chance. Now, Chunzong was in front of him. This was his chance. Fight! The others who were about to leave stopped. They were very interested and looked forward to this battle. "You're no match for me." Chun Zong shook his head slightly. It was not that he looked down on Meng Yuan, but when Meng Yuan fought before, Chun Zong roughly estimated the level of Meng Yuan's combat strength. Meng Yuan was indeed very good, but compared to himself, it was still not enough, even if he did not use the Sword World. Once he used the Sword World, it would be easy to destroy. Chapter 2389. An unparalleled opportunity has arrived. Everyone, do your best to fight for it. Set off. Unparalleled opportunity, here I come. The prodigies of the 4 great sacred grounds and the various star sector level forces who had obtained a slot began to set off. However, the 4 great holy lands all had their own grand void teleportation formations, and at this critical moment, they were not stingy in using them. Therefore, the heavenly legends and Tao masters of the 4 great holy lands were the first to arrive, while the other forces that did not have grand void teleportation formations could only rush over by void boat at the fastest speed possible. Those who were further away had already set off after the selection. Those who were closer had paused for a period of time before setting off. At the edge of a star region, the light of a formation flickered and rapidly formed. In the end, it turned into a large formation that slowly rotated. It was extremely mysterious. In the next moment, figures appeared from within. This was the group from the Will Sky Palace. They were led by the Great Heart Elephant Venerate and the Single Heart Holy Venerate. They were accompanied by 3 other Tao Venerates and 10 Yuan Underworld True Disciples. 5 Tao Masters were escorting him, and 2 of them were top-tier Tao Masters. This showed how much importance the Will Heavenly Palace placed on him. Immediately after, the Great Heart Elephant Venerable waved his hand, and a spaceship appeared in the void. Everyone boarded the spaceship, and it immediately set off. This was a rare super-grade void ship. Most Tao Masters could only own a top-grade void airship. Only a few top Tao Masters were qualified to own a super-grade void airship. The speed of the super-grade void flying boat was astonishing. There was no need to activate void travel. It did not take long for them to enter the void belt. Look, that's the place related to the supreme opportunity. Great Heart Elephant Venerable pointed to the front as he steered the flying boat. Everyone looked over. They could see that in front of them, in a distant place, there was a ball of intense light shining. It was as dazzling as the sun hanging in the sky. "What is that?" The Sky Prides stared at it while trying to guess what it was. As the flying boat continued to approach, the ball of light became increasingly vast, filling everyone's eyes, causing them to be even more astonished. Close. It was completely close. The void flying ship came to a stop. Everyone disembarked from the void flying ship one after another. Their gazes were immediately drawn to the scene. At this moment, the sea of light that was 1,000,000 meters long had already formed a closed semicircle. It was like a glowing giant bowl that was overturned on the belt of nothingness. It was extremely impactful. This aura, Chun Zong's expression changed slightly as he sensed the aura fluctuations emitted by the huge light. A strange desire emerged in his heart. He longed to enter the light, longed for that power, as if it was a supreme delicacy. Not only did Chun Zong have this feeling, but the others also had the same feeling. However, everyone restrained their impulses and didn't rush forward. The void was vast and filled with countless temptations. Most of the temptations were merely temptations. Just like the beautiful mushrooms, they were actually poisonous. Next, they had to wait because there were still other participants who hadn't arrived yet. The test would only begin after everyone had arrived. The Will Heavenly Palace wasn't the first to arrive. Before them, other cosmic realm-level powers had already arrived. After all, they had to travel a long distance and didn't have a grand universal teleportation formation. The people from the Purple Extreme Hall and the Thousand Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain arrived one after the other. They each had 10 people. The third Taoist, Yuan Chongshan, from the Purple Extreme Hall's camp, was also among them. Yuan Chongshan swept his gaze across and focused on Chun Zong. It was as if he wanted to see through Chunzong. There was a blazing battle intent in his eyes. The first time they had clashed was directly at Chunzong's third Taoist ceremony. At that time, he had suppressed his own strength, and the battle ended in a draw. However, Yuan Chongshan felt that it was precisely because he had suppressed his own cultivation that he couldn't unleash the full power of some of his techniques. Therefore, he believed that he could defeat Chunzong if they were at the same level. The second time they had clashed was indirectly in the Tianhong world. Only then did he realize that Chunzong was hiding such powerful and terrifying techniques. Even someone as arrogant as him had to admit that he wasn't a match for Chunzong. After all, he couldn't defeat the evil god tribe's royal highness, but the evil god tribe's royal highness wasn't a match for Chunzong. The difference between them was obvious. Although Yuan Chongshan was shocked and unwilling, he wasn't discouraged. After returning, he worked even harder and cultivated even harder. His cultivation wasn't to raise his cultivation base and break through to the next level. Instead, he was constantly honing himself in other aspects to strengthen his techniques and combat strength at the same level. However, at his level, without breaking through to the next level, everything had been raised to the extreme. It was extremely difficult to advance any further. It was almost impossible. He kept cultivating bitterly, but couldn't make any progress. That kind of feeling was like a kind of torture. When the news of the unparalleled opportunity came, Yuan Chongshan's heart was filled with even more desire. Under the intense desire, he seemed to have broken through some kind of shackles. Finally, Yuan Chongshan broke through. His cultivation base was still at the greater success divine physique realm, but he had reached the extreme. The breakthrough of the giant tyrant body allowed his combat strength to increase even further. Now, Yuan Chongshan was fully confident that he could contend against and even defeat Chunzong. Perhaps now was the perfect opportunity for him to do so. Therefore, Yuan Chongshan's gaze towards Chunzong was filled with battle intent. Chunzong only exchanged glances with Yuan Chongshan. He didn't really care. To be honest, Yuan Chongshan was indeed very powerful and talented. If he hadn't grasped the sword world and fought with Yuan Chongshan at the same level, it would be hard to say who would win. Even if he could win, it would be a difficult victory. However, once the sword world was activated, even if it was a 1-star or 2-star transcendent realm, he could defeat and kill them. No matter how powerful Yuan Chongshan was, he was only SOSO. It sounded like he was relying on the sword world. However, that was an opportunity that Chunzong had obtained. It was also something that Chunzong had painstakingly cultivated. It was his own strength, not relying on external forces. It was his own strength. He continued to wait. In the process of waiting, he naturally couldn't waste time. He had to cultivate. If he couldn't break through to the transcendent realm, it meant that he could slow down his cultivation base and focus on other aspects. For example, the transcendent realm. Chunzong was working hard, so the others naturally wouldn't relax. That day, Meng Yuan invited Chunzong to fight, but he was rejected by Chunzong. However, Meng Yuan didn't give up just like that. After many requests, Chunzong finally fought with Meng Yuan. In that battle, Chunzong defeated Meng Yuan without using the sword world. Meng Yuan was sincerely convinced. Then, it was the third senior sister, Yu Wuxia. Every day, Yu Wuxia would challenge Chunzong to a duel. He would use all of his strength and fight crazily to train himself. He planned to break through his limits and improve his combat ability to break through to the surpassing realm. However, it was too difficult. Yu Wuxia's battle strength still hadn't broken through. After a while, the people from the Eternal Battle Fort also arrived. The Eternal Battle Fort was the furthest away from here. Because of the northern front, it wasn't easy to come here. They had to make a lot of arrangements to be at ease. However, there were only 3 Dao masters from the Eternal Battle Fort. The rest were the geniuses who had obtained the quotas. Chunzong just finished his cultivation and glanced around. When he glanced at the Eternal Battle Fort, he happened to see a pair of eyes staring at him. When the pair of eyes saw Chunzong, they were first surprised and then surprised. Then, they turned into fighting intent. Instinctively, Chunzong felt that the pair of eyes seemed a little familiar. It was as if he knew the owner of the pair of eyes. However, this person was wearing a strange black mask that looked as ferocious as a ghost. It completely covered his face, revealing only a pair of calm and unruly eyes that looked down on the world. Chunzong's mind raced, but he couldn't remember who the man was. It seemed that there was no one he knew who had such a pair of eyes. The man didn't speak. He just looked at Chunzong. Wisps of fighting intent filled his eyes, which was different from the feeling brought by Yuancheng Mountain. Immediately, the fighting intent in his eyes disappeared, and he calmed down. He also looked away and looked at the huge hemisphere of the Sea of Light. As Chunzong thought about it, he put aside the curiosity in his heart. Since he couldn't figure it out, it was fine. If he could find out, he would eventually find out. There was no need to worry too much. The void was vast, and there were many factions. There were 4 sacred lands and hundreds of nebula-grade factions. Although the number of quotas wasn't as high as the 4 sacred lands, it was still a lot. In addition, there were also some geniuses from nebula-grade factions and some unaffiliated geniuses. The number was even greater. By the time everyone arrived, Chunzong could see a vast sea of people. Roughly counting, he estimated that there were at least 1,000 of them. In other words, there would be more than 1,000 geniuses participating in the test to compete for the so-called unparalleled opportunity. Speaking of which, more than 1,000 people was actually very small compared to the void. After all, the void was so big and there were so many factions. There were also so many Yuan underworld geniuses. 1,000 people wasn't even 1 in 10,000. However, there was no other way. There was a limit to the number of quotas, and the number of quotas allocated to each faction was also very limited. They had to compete internally to obtain a quota before they were qualified to participate in the test of the unparalleled opportunity. Only by passing the test would they be qualified to obtain the unparalleled opportunity. A huge head appeared in the sky above the huge hemisphere of the Sea of Light. It was a head that looked like a dragon or a snake. It was so huge that it looked like a hill. It was the Void Dragon Serpent. It was the Void Dragon Serpent. However, it wasn't the original Void Dragon Serpent. Is everyone here? The Void Dragon Serpent suddenly spoke in the human language. In an instant, Chunzong and the other geniuses were shocked. The Void Dragon Serpent could actually speak in the human language. How shocking was that? The Tao Venerables hadn't mentioned this to everyone. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so shocked. Emissary, everyone is here. A sovereign realm expert replied. Very good. In that case, the test will begin. All participants, come in. Chapter 2390. The elite had stepped into the Sea of Light. A wonderful feeling arose spontaneously. Chunzong felt as if a supreme power was sweeping through his body. This feeling was indescribable. It was very wonderful. Everyone felt the same way. From the outside, it looked as if the bodies of all the elites had been swallowed up. No one knew what was inside the Sea of Light, as they couldn't enter. Only Yuan Underworld elites and Yuan Underworld elites who had obtained a slot were qualified to enter. The others would be rejected. If they tried to force their way in, they would die. The strength of the Void Dragon Serpent made even sovereigns fear it, as it was no longer the original Void Dragon Serpent. Third-rank elites of the Void. Remember, there are only 10 slots at most. Do your best to fight for that opportunity. The Void Dragon Serpent's voice rang out once again, but this time it was transmitted directly into the ears of every elite. It was condensed with a supreme Taoist rhyme that went straight into their consciousness. 10 slots. There are only 10 slots at most. In an instant, every elite's expression changed drastically. They were extremely shocked. They had already gone through the selection process. Those who stood out from the competition were the winners. Now, there were only 10 spots. There were thousands of people and 10 slots. The probability was at most 1%. How shockingly low was that? One had to know that these thousands of people had come from all over the void. Although they didn't dare say that they represented the entire void, They represented the majority. Therefore, there were only 10 slots. This was too shocking. What kind of opportunity was this? It was so harsh. Don't be surprised. Perhaps less than 10 people will obtain a slot in the end. The Void Dragon Serpent seemed to have seen through everyone's surprise and shock. What it said shocked everyone once again. Less than 10? Could it be that the difficulty of this test was very, very high? The test begins now. As soon as the Void Dragon Serpent said that, everyone realized that the people around them had disappeared. Light surged and changed rapidly. Shenzong didn't know what had happened to the others, but his surroundings had turned into a desolate plain. It was a wasteland. The wasteland was a few thousand meters away. Further away, there was a light mist that rippled like water, making it impossible to see clearly. What test? Shenzong frowned slightly. Suddenly, something strange happened. An invisible force swept past and covered all directions in an instant, including Shenzong. Right after that, Shenzong felt some changes. It seemed that his strength was affected and suppressed. He pulled out his sword and stabbed forward. The sword pierced through the air like a stream of light, but it did not leave behind any sword marks. What's going on? Shenzong frowned. Although Luo Yunyang hadn't used his full strength and was only a basic sword move, the power of this sword move was very impressive based on his cultivation and attainments in swordsmanship. Even a 10-star Yuan underworld powerhouse might not be able to withstand it. If they were hit, they would be seriously injured, even if they didn't die. However, what was going on now? Shenzong's keen perception told him that the power of this sword had been greatly reduced. It had been reduced by many times. Shenzong swung his sword again, one strike after another. Sword light surrounded him. He adjusted the strength of each strike and compared the power of each strike. Finally, he came to a conclusion that shocked even himself. 1 in 10,000. All of his strength had been suppressed to 1/10,000th of his original strength. A difference of 10,000 times. It was a difference of 10,000 times. How could the suppression be so terrifying? How could it be so terrifying? What exactly was going on? Shenzong was no stranger to suppression of strength. Some forbidden areas in the void would do this, but the suppression definitely wouldn't be so shocking. 10,000 times. 1 in 10,000. No more, no less. It was simply horrifying. Furthermore, this suppression was omnidirectional. When the Heart Sword field was released, its range was reduced from 20,000 meters to 2 meters. When the Sword World was opened, it was also reduced from 20,000 meters to 2 meters. What could the 2-meter Heart Sword field do? It could do almost nothing. The power of the Heart Refinement Sword Art was greatly reduced, so the Sword Domain's severing move was basically useless. The 2-meter Sword World was practically useless because the 2-meter range was too small. The Sword Light couldn't condense much and couldn't be set up into a sword array. In other words, Shenzong's 2 trump cards were directly ineffective. Suddenly, Shenzong thought of the Demon Heart of the Gods. He found that even the Demon Heart was imprisoned by an invisible force and couldn't be contacted. It was completely isolated. His 3rd trump card was also ineffective. Shenzong couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It could be said that under such circumstances, his strength was limited to a low-end level. The most important thing was his means. While he was deep in thought, an enormous figure stepped out from within the light fog. Shenzong's pupils immediately widened when he saw the figure, before they instantly shrunk to the size of needles. Following which, an extremely terrifying and incomparably wild and violent aura charged over, causing Shenzong's entire body to subconsciously tighten as his hair stood on end. That figure was a reddish-brown monster. It was like a giant shoe that walked upright. It was 6 meters tall and had a pair of large pincers that were full of amazing power. A thick tail was barbed, and the color of the tail was darker toward the end. The hook was black, but the tip of the hook was dark green, as if it was shining. It was a monster. However, Shenzong had seen monsters uglier than this giant upright scorpion, but none of them gave him such a strong impact. It wasn't a visual impact, but a kind of impact that seemed to come from the depths of his body. It was as if he had encountered a natural enemy. He would feel horror from the bottom of his heart, and his hair would stand on end. Chunzong couldn't understand why he had such a feeling. In fact, he had encountered many strong enemies. Demons of the Void, the evil god tribe, the demon barbarian tribe, and so on. They all had their own characteristics, but none of them could make him feel such horror from the bottom of his heart. The giant upright shoe's eyes glowed with blood-red light and was full of madness. It directly let out a strange roar and madly rushed over. The pair of large pincers suddenly waved and smashed fiercely. It was like a giant hammer that could smash Chunzong to pieces. A gust of wind howled. The aura was violent to the extreme. Chunzong immediately felt a great impact, and instantly he felt a sense of suffocation. The shadow descended, and a powerful pressure bore down on him, as though it would shatter his body in an instant. Chunzong didn't dare to take this blow directly, because Chunzong felt a great threat. He took a step forward and didn't retreat to dodge. Instead, he took a step forward and approached the monster. Chunzong had been through countless battles in his life and had rich combat experience. Naturally, he could make the most accurate response in an instant. The monster's body was much larger than his. If he took a step back, it wouldn't be so easy to avoid the opponent's attack. The opponent could even take the opportunity to launch a series of attacks and directly put him at a disadvantage and in danger. But if he took a step forward, the distance between them would be shortened instantly. With the difference in size, the opponent's attack range would be shortened. Obviously, it was disadvantageous for the monster, but it was advantageous for Chunzong. At the same time, Chunzong unsheathed his sword. The sword light was like a crescent moon. It was astonishingly sharp, and the sword chi surged. The pincers fell, but because of the distance, it couldn't release its full power and didn't hit Chunzong. But the monster's reaction was unexpectedly fast. Its tail shook in an instant, and like a flash of lightning, it shot through the air. As the dark green light at the end of the tail shone, a strange fishy smell filled the air and went straight to Chunzong's nostrils. The fishy smell immediately made Chunzong feel dizzy. At the moment when he was frightened, he quickly closed his eyes and changed the direction of his sword to slash at the scorpion tail. After the collision, the sound of metal clashing reverberated out. It was as if he had slashed onto an extremely hard metal. A violent force poured down, causing the sword in Chunzong's hand to tremble. The body of the sword trembled incessantly, and the scorpion tail also bounced up slightly. Chunzong's battle experience could be said to be incomparably rich. His arm and sword took advantage of this collision to draw an arc. Like a bamboo in the wind, he exploded once again. His sword slashed out. The speed of the sword increased by a few notches, directly slashing towards the body of the monster. This sword couldn't be avoided. It fiercely slashed at the monster's body, but once again, it made a dull sound. It was as if he had slashed at a solid piece of divine iron. The sudden burst of force caused the sword to bounce back. The sword trembled violently, and even Chunzong's wrist became numb from the shock. How can this be? Chunzong was horrified. This degree of hardness was too terrifying. It couldn't be cut, and only a very faint white mark was left. One must know that the power of the Taichu sword yuan technique was amazing. It could cut through all hard defenses. He had tested this countless times. Even if the opponent was at a higher level than him, it could still cut through a little. But now it was ineffective. Unbelievable. It was the first time Chunzong encountered such a situation. Although he was horrified, Chunzong didn't lose his fighting spirit. His figure flashed, and his feet shifted. He turned into a flash of sword light and avoided the monster's attack. He directly slashed at the side of the monster's body, leaving a faint white mark. Chunzong began to make all kinds of probing. Although the monster's body was huge, it wasn't slow at all. It seemed to be very agile. However, Chunzong was more agile. With the profound mystery of the One Heart Sutra, he controlled everything around him. All the attacks of the monster were within his grasp. In this way, Chunzong could constantly dodge and avoid being hit. His sword slashed, stabbed, and sliced. His body was incomparably agile as he circled around the monster. He was like a cat, but also like a bird. His sword constantly landed on the monster's body, but each strike only left a faint white mark. Chunzong was testing the monster's weakness. It was impossible that there was no weakness on the monster's body. As long as he found its weakness and launched a targeted attack, he would be able to kill it faster. Because he was still testing the monster, Chunzong didn't erupt with his maximum combat strength. He only pushed his normal Qi refinement combat strength to the maximum. Even so, this combat strength was still at the level of a 12-star Yuan Underworld Supreme. It couldn't be underestimated. Chapter 2391. Sorry for the wait. Just now, Six Paths and Lu Saw went to the maternity ward. Now, they're in the delivery room. Air Bao is about to be born. Six Paths ran home to cook something for Lu Saw to eat. Third-rank void cultivators are innately weaker than other void cultivators. They're even weaker than those from the universe. I wonder how many of them will pass in the end? The void dragon snake was high up in the air. Its huge eyes seemed to be able to see through all illusions and mysteries. It took in every scene of the prodigy's trial. It muttered to itself in a low voice that only it could hear. Maybe not even one. I don't have to have high hopes. If not even one passes, it'll be a pity. It'll be a pity that I've spent so many years to get such an opportunity. I don't know how many years it'll be before I get another chance. Gradually, the voice fell silent. Although it said that it was a pity, there was no hint of regret in its tone. Yu Wuxiao's opponent was also a huge scorpion. They were fighting fiercely. Suppression. Facing this huge scorpion monster, Yu Wuxiao was suppressed. Her combat strength surpassed the average top 11-star and was close to 12-star. However, she hadn't truly reached 12-star yet. This huge scorpion monster, on the other hand, was a true 12-star. Her heart flame burned, and she unleashed all her strength. Yu Wuxiao's combat strength was raised to the extreme. It surpassed the limit and reached 12-star. However, this wasn't normal combat strength. It was the limit. There was a difference between the two. Under the limit of her combat strength, Yu Wuxiao's attacks became more and more violent. She clashed with the huge scorpion monster again and again. This was her combat style. However, the scorpion monster's body was incomparably tough, and its strength was even more shocking. In a head-on clash, Yu Wuxiao was at a disadvantage. His arms were numb from the impact, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. He was already injured. Even so, Yu Wuxiao did not retreat at all. This was her way of fighting. Break, break, fight to the death. The more they clashed, the more obvious and intense the impact on Yu Wuxiao. Her qi and blood surged and gradually seeped out from all parts of her body. It looked very shocking. Triple kill. In an instant, Yu Wuxiao grasped the opportunity and exploded forth. A vast and mighty power surged into his right arm like a raging tide, gathering in his fist. Light bloomed like a blazing sun as he punched out ferociously. This punch, which could destroy mountains, landed directly on the body of the scorpion monster. An extremely powerful force erupted, causing the body of the scorpion monster to sway. Once again, its power surged, spreading to its right shoulder. Yu Wuxiao's entire body seemed to have transformed into an ancient mountain, charging straight at the body of the scorpion monster with the terrifying force of a thunderbolt. This collision was like a meteorite crashing into the ground. The scorpion monster's extremely hard shell caved in at the spot where the first punch had landed. Its entire body was thrown back, and its pincers were also affected. It was unable to hit Yu Wuxiao. Yu Wuxiao gritted his teeth and endured the pain from his shoulder. He took advantage of the momentum to retreat slightly. While he was in midair, the last of his strength poured into his right leg like a raging sea. Boom! The kick that seemed to be able to break a mountain carried an extremely berserk power as it lashed out. It was like a meteor that left a trail of flames behind it. It was extremely cruel. This kick landed right on the dent on the body of the scorpion monster. The powerful force seemed to have gathered at the tip of his foot. It instantly exploded, and the dent on the scorpion monster's shell was finally broken. However, Yu Wuxiao also felt that the tip of his foot had shattered. He landed on the ground and quickly retreated. The tip of his foot was dripping with blood. His right shoulder had collapsed, and his right fist had cracked. He was severely injured. However, the scorpion monster was not dead. The place where it had been injured did not seem to have much effect on it. It attacked again. Gigantic Yuan Tyrant Body, Level 3. Yuan Chongshan's battle strength was fully unleashed. The gigantic Yuan Tyrant Body Level 3 made his battle strength even more tyrannical. He clashed head-on with the scorpion monster and did not retreat at all. Fight! 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 The true disciple from the eternal battle fort wearing a ferocious ghost mask shouted 3 times in a row. Each level of battle intent was stronger than the previous. In the end, it turned into flames that enveloped his body. With a long blade in his hand, the flames spread and covered the area. His blade technique was violent and ferocious. Every move seemed to be able to kill. He fought fiercely with the scorpion monster. Every slash carried a shocking amount of power. His aura soared into the sky and was extremely tyrannical. Thousands of sky prides had unleashed their full strength and techniques to fight the scorpion monster. In terms of combat strength, the scorpion monster had reached the 12-star level. However, the key point was that its strength was terrifying. Its shell was also extremely hard. Not only was its shell extremely hard, but even its body was also extremely hard. Therefore, the method of destroying the scorpion monster from the inside was ineffective. It had almost no weakness. Among the thousands of people, not everyone could unleash their full power and reach the level of the surpassing realm. Only a small number could do so. Therefore, it did not take long for someone to be defeated. The result of defeat was elimination. They were pushed out of the sea of light by a force. Now, there were less than 100 people still fighting. They had unleashed all their power, but they were still defeated. There were fewer and fewer people who could persist. Chunzong looked solemn. His eyes were extremely solemn. Chunzong had tried. He had attacked every part of the scorpion monster's body. However, he did not find any special weakness. Even the joints were covered by a layer of membrane. Don't underestimate the membrane. It was abnormally tough and could not be cut that easily. Although Chunzong could not do anything to the scorpion monster, Chunzong's body was extremely agile. All the scorpion monster's attacks could not even touch the corner of Chunzong's clothes. Drops of water can penetrate stone. In that case, I'll only attack 1 point. I'll break it with 10, 100, or even 1,000 swords, Chunzong said to himself. He unleashed all his battle strength. Lingwu Supreme Technique. Heart Flame Level 15. Taichu, Sword, Origin Body. He unleashed all his battle strength. His maximum battle strength was still at the 12-star level, but it had more than doubled. Great Refined Void God Eyes. In an instant, 2 almost transparent rays of light shot out from Chunzong's eyes. They broke through the air and shot directly into the scorpion monster's eyes at an astonishing speed. The scorpion monster's body froze in an instant. It was not that the scorpion monster had no weakness. Its body was strong, but its spiritual soul was relatively average. However, this was only relative. Chunzong's spiritual soul was far stronger than that of cultivators of the same generation and level. Although the great refined void god eyes did not perform a spiritual soul attack, but a divine will attack, it was still very shocking. This was because Chunzong's divine will was also very strong. Only in this way could he attack the scorpion monster's spiritual soul and cause it to be temporarily distracted. In the moment when it was distracted, Chunzong unleashed all his strength and slashed out with his sword. In an instant, even though he was suppressed, he still slashed out dozens of times. Each slash hit the joint of one of the scorpion monster's legs. The dozens of sword slashes that burst out with all his strength were extremely powerful. Like drops of water penetrating stone, they immediately cut through the extremely tough membrane and slashed into it. Cut! With one of its legs cut off, the scorpion monster immediately lost some of its balance. As a result, its combat ability was reduced. This was a rare opportunity. In a burst of strength, Chunzong cut off the scorpion monster's second leg. This scorpion monster had a total of 6 legs. When Chunzong completely cut off the scorpion monster's 3 left legs, the scorpion monster completely lost its balance and fell to one side. Its mobility was greatly restricted, and the threat it posed to Chunzong was also greatly reduced. Even so, Chunzong did not underestimate it all. This was because the scorpion monster's tail was extremely terrifying. It definitely contained an astonishing amount of poison. If he was hit by it, he might die. Next, it was time to cut off the tail. After the tail was cut off, the scorpion monster's threat level decreased again. Chunzong found another opportunity to cut off the 3 right legs. In the end, only a pair of large pincers were still a threat. However, it could not attack Chunzong at all. Concoction. One sword strike after another, slashing the scorpion monster's carapace at the place where it was connected to the carapace. The sword chi penetrated straight through. Finally, the scorpion monster was killed by Chunzong. Chunzong heaved a sigh of relief. This battle had not been easy. If it was not suppressed, the sword world would have been able to kill it in an instant. But there was no other way. This was the test. After the scorpion monster died, Chunzong observed it carefully and was shocked to find that this scorpion monster did not seem to be alive, but a puppet. A puppet was actually so tyrannical. It was too terrifying. Is the test over, or should I continue? Chunzong was shocked and thought to himself. However, no other monsters appeared. After about a moment, Chunzong did not see any other monsters. Could it be that the test was like this? In the next moment, Chunzong felt a surge of movement around him. Figures appeared one after another. Including himself, there were a total of 9 figures. At a glance, Chunzong saw that there were 8 figures other than himself. There was no senior sister Yu Wuxia, nor Meng Yuan. Congratulations, you have passed the test. The vigorous voice of the void dragon snake rang out once more. Its gigantic head also appeared above the 9 people, looking down at them. Its pair of gigantic eyes seemed to contain endless mysteries. In other words, third senior sister and Meng Yuan did not pass the test? Chunzong could not help but think secretly. Third senior sister was still at the 11-star level. It was understandable that she could not pass the test because she was not at the 12-star level. However, Meng Yuan was at the 12-star level. It was too difficult for him to pass the test. However, after taking a closer look, he realized that the 9 people came from 9 different factions. None of them had more than one person. Thinking about it, it made sense. Chunzong passed the test in Will Heavenly Palace. Yuancheng Mountain passed the test in Purple Extreme Jiyuan Palace. A true disciple called Hua Jie passed the test in Thousand Tribulation Godly Flame Mountain. The one who passed the test in Eternal Battle Fort was the man with the ferocious ghost mask. The remaining 5 people were Daozi Li Xianyun of the Cloud Sea Wonderland, one of the top forces of the Starfield, Luo Wuxing of the Refining Netherrealm, Wu Kongming of the True Martial Dao, and Zhen Yi of the Extreme Demon Sect. The last one had a shocking identity. His name was Duan Linkong, and he was a rogue cultivator. Chapter 2392. No matter how busy I am, the 6 paths will update as usual. The 4 sacred grounds, hundreds of cosmic realm-level forces, and many other cosmic realm-level forces had selected thousands of prodigies, but in the end, only 9 had passed the test. The probability was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. However, this was the test, and the difficulty was there. There was nothing one could do about it. They could only blame themselves for not being strong enough. As for those who were injured in the test, their injuries had all healed by the time they left the Sea of Light. I'll give you a month to make arrangements. The Void Dragon Serpent's voice rang in the ears of the 9 prodigies. The word arrangements made them think of something bad. After all, it's still unknown when you'll be able to return. The Void Dragon Serpent added, remember, you only have a month to return here on time. If you miss the time, you'll be considered to have given up. Everyone's expression turned solemn. This was not a joke. If they were delayed by something and missed the time, it would be equivalent to losing an opportunity that was regarded as a peerless opportunity by Tao masters and even sovereigns. They had already passed the test and were about to come into contact with the opportunity. If they missed the time and lost it, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. With that, the 9 prodigies were pushed out of the sea of light by an irresistible force and appeared outside. Little junior brother, congratulations. Yu Wuxia smiled at Qinzong. However, Qinzong discovered that there was a trace of unwillingness in Yu Wuxia's smile. It wasn't that Yu Wuxia was jealous of Qinzong, but rather, she was unwilling to accept the fact that she had lost this opportunity. For someone like Yu Wuxia who wanted to be strong, this was undoubtedly a great blow. Third senior sister, Qinzong did not know how to comfort her. Even if he had thousands of words to say, they were useless. I'm fine. Yu Wuxia smiled. Congratulations, Daozi. Meng Yuan also smiled at Qinzong. He admired Qinzong very much. A month was not a long time at all. Qinzong did not return to the Heavenly Will Palace because he had nothing to tell them. After all, his senior sister and master were both here. After chatting with his master for a while, Qinzong left for the Ice Saint Palace. The Void escapee traveled through the void again and again, arriving at the Ice Saint Palace as quickly as possible. For this test, Yun Yinxin and Ao Shenwang did not come. Perhaps they were still in seclusion. However, other disciples of the Ice Saint Palace came. Unfortunately, they all failed. None of them passed the test. However, this was nothing. After all, there were more than 10 top cosmic realm states, but only 4 of them had Tao disciples pass the test. The ratio was very low. As for Duan Linkong, he was the most shocking one. A loose cultivator was actually able to pass the test. It was truly sensational. With his fastest speed, Qinzong arrived at the Ice Phoenix Road of Sacred Ice Palace. This time, no one dared to slight him. The last time they came, Qinzong had only revealed his identity as a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. This time, they already knew Qinzong's identity. Taoist, the third Taoist of the Will Heavenly Palace. This identity was even more shocking than the 2 Taoists of the Ice Saint Palace. Moreover, Qinzong's talent was extremely shocking, especially the high-level Tao masters of the Ice Saint Palace. They all vaguely heard some news from the northern battlefront. After all, the Ice Saint Palace also had people fighting against the barbarians in the northern battlefront. Because of this, they knew even more how terrifying Qinzong was. He had status, talent, potential, and strength. With all these combined in one person, the Ice Saint Palace had no right to slight him. Even Tao Master Red Crane, who was very hostile to Qinzong before, did not dare to show any hostility or dissatisfaction. However, Qinzong had no intention of dealing with them. His purpose this time was to come for Yun Yinxin. He only had 1 month. No, some time had already passed. It was less than a month. He wanted to see Yun Yinxin before he left. Yinxin is still in seclusion, Tao Master Blue Ning said. Tao Master Blue Ning said, after she absorbed the Phoenix Crystal, her bloodline awakened again. This time, it awakened more thoroughly, so she will be in seclusion for a longer time. As such, she took Qinzong to see where Yun Yinxin was in seclusion. Without disturbing Yun Yinxin, they just watched. Yun Yinxin was indeed in seclusion. Her body was surrounded by a layer of extremely strong aura. The aura turned into a frosty white flame, burning fiercely. Yun Yinxin's aura was growing bit by bit, becoming more and more tyrannical. When her bloodline was fully awakened, her battle strength would definitely reach a new height. Under such circumstances, there was no doubt that she could not be disturbed. Once she was interrupted, not only would it hinder Yun Yinxin's path, but it would also cause harm. Qinzong would not be so selfish as to interrupt Yun Yinxin's cultivation. Sometimes it was a kind of happiness to just watch quietly. 3 days. Qinzong stood there for 3 days, watching Yun Yinxin. He quietly accompanied her for 3 days before he left. Before he left, he naturally left a message for Yun Yinxin. After leaving, Qinzong once again rushed towards the Sea of Light. He did not return to the Heavenly Will Palace because there was nothing he needed to tell them. When Qinzong returned to the Sea of Light, only 20 days had passed. There were still 10 days left. Qinzong was not the first to arrive. Duan Linkong had been waiting here for a long time. In other words, Duan Linkong was a rogue cultivator. He did not seem to have any worries. Therefore, he did not leave but stayed here. As for the others, they had all left. The Void Dragon Serpent had said that those who had passed the test wouldn't be in any danger if they stayed here. Even Sovereign Realm experts wouldn't be able to kill them. Qinzong, come and have a try. Duan Linkong stared at Qinzong and directly challenged him to a battle. As a loose cultivator, Duan Linkong's talent was extremely good. Moreover, his luck could be considered to be very good as well, allowing him to obtain many opportunities. Relying on these, in addition to his determination to take risks, unceasingly training and unceasingly tempering himself, he was able to obtain his current achievements. It was only because of this that he was able to pass the test, obtain the opportunities, and surpass countless geniuses. Duan Linkong himself was a battle-hungry person, especially when he encountered a top-notch genius like Qinzong. He couldn't suppress the battle intent in his heart and turned it into the flames of battle. Sure, Qinzong did not refuse. Duan Linkong was indeed extraordinary to be able to pass the test as a rogue cultivator and obtain the opportunity to obtain the opportunity. One should know that many of the most outstanding esoteric disciples from top forces had failed. It was obvious that they were inferior to him. I'm going to make my move, Duan Linkong reminded. As soon as he finished speaking, his empty hands suddenly clenched into a fist. A silver light instantly flashed. The light was incomparably intense. It bloomed in an instant, and a sharp and shocking aura spread out. The silver light was a long spear. As Duan Linkong's figure flashed, the silver spear directly turned into an extremely violent thunderbolt. It instantly pierced through the air and blasted towards Qinzong. Its aura was so strong that it could tear apart the heavens and earth. Qinzong's expression changed slightly. The power of this spear directly reached the 12-star level. It was extremely powerful. It was even more powerful than Meng Yuan's normal combat strength by a few degrees. As expected, Duan Linkong did not rely on luck to pass the test. It was true strength. Facing the spear, Qinzong did not dodge. With a wave of his hand, a sharp sword was unsheathed. It carried an extremely sharp sword light as it directly slashed through the void. The moment the spear and sword light came into contact, they instantly exploded. The blade of the sword and the tip of the spear directly clashed, causing sparks to fly. Like starlight, a powerful force shook the surroundings, turning into layers of ripples that swept out. Duan Linkong's expression was cold and murderous. The silver light in his eyes was like lightning. With a shake of his hands, the spear suddenly spun. Like a poisonous dragon, it brought with it a tyrannical force of lightning. It pierced through the void, passed through the sword, and blasted towards Qinzong once again. However, Qinzong's sword technique was extremely exquisite and profound. With a gentle shake of his wrist, the sword trembled slightly and immediately slapped against the spear, causing it to break apart slightly. At that moment, the sword also exploded, turning into an arc of light as it slashed towards Duan Linkong. This caused Duan Linkong's expression to change. The power of this strike was extremely powerful and shocking. It was extremely terrifying, and it made Duan Linkong feel like he was about to be cut apart. In the instant of danger, Duan Linkong's spear trembled. It moved like a dragon in his hand, and the end of the spear swept horizontally, blocking Qinzong's strike. Then he suddenly flicked the spear, causing it to bend and suddenly bounce, exploding out once again. This sweep was extremely powerful, and it was as if it could break a mountain. Qinzong still did not dodge. With a sword in his hand, he was extremely agile and powerful. At the same time as he blocked this strike, he attacked again. Close combat. Neither of them exploded with even more power. Instead, they used sword technique and spear technique to engage in close combat. With the spear in his hand, Duan Linkong's spear technique was displayed to a shocking extreme. It was extremely mysterious. The spear was like a lightning dragon that had come alive. It was extremely powerful and abnormally terrifying. Even Shenzong was shocked. As expected, Duan Linkong was indeed very strong to be able to reach this step. His spear technique was already superior to countless geniuses. However, Shenzong's sword technique was also very strong. In fact, it was even stronger. The more they fought, the more intense it was, and the more power they exploded. In the end, both of them used 100% of their normal combat strength. The fierce battle continued for more than half a day. They only stopped when they had exhausted more than half of their strength. This battle was not to determine life and death. It did not matter who won or lost. It was just a spar. It's been a long time since I had such a satisfying battle. With the spear in his hand, Duan Linkong's long hair fluttered in the wind. His aura was still domineering. Silver lightning surrounded his body as he laughed loudly. Previously, when he fought with the scorpion monster, he had used all of his strength to win. However, that kind of battle was different. The profoundness of his spear technique was not displayed to the extreme. However, in the battle with Shenzong, the profoundness of his spear technique was displayed to the extreme. It was an indescribable experience. After resting and recovering, the two of them sparred again. This time, it was a spar of sword technique and spear technique. They did not use too much strength. Speaking of which, Duan Linkong's age was much older than Shenzong's. The time he had spent cultivating his spear technique was several times longer than Shenzong's. That was how he had achieved such amazing spear technique. They fought and rested until the time came. The other 7 geniuses who had passed the test also arrived one after another. None of them were late. They had all arrived at least 2 days in advance. They were waiting for the so-called unparalleled opportunity to arrive. When the time came, everyone's hearts were burning with anticipation. Chapter 2393. The 6 realms will be very busy recently, so the update time is uncertain. The vast sea of light in the star domain's empty space fluctuated endlessly. Strands of extremely mysterious aura spread out bit by bit, silently extending to the 2 star domains. However, the speed was very slow and the aura was weak to the point that no one detected it. Above the sea of light, the huge head of the dragon snake appeared again. A pair of huge eyes stared at the 9 figures outside the sea of light. "The 9 of you come in." A vast and mighty voice was heard, condensing a supreme power, entering the 9 people's ears and directly penetrating their spiritual souls. The 9 people moved and once again stepped into the sea of light, moving forward until they were in front of a huge figure. One imposing figure it was. As it sat there, it was like a lofty mountain. The aura it emitted was indescribably astonishing. It was as if it was as majestic as the heavens and earth. Before it, the 9 people felt as if they were as tiny as a speck of dust. That was the body of the void dragon snake, which was as huge as a mountain. Even though it was unintentionally emitting its aura, the 9 people felt as if they could not move at all. It was a kind of suppression on a level that was indescribable. You have one last chance to go back on your words. The void dragon snake looked down, its huge eyes containing endless mysteries. Its voice was forceful and low, and when it rang out, it was as if the void was shaking. Every opportunity is accompanied by danger. For 3rd-rank void cultivators like you, it is not an exaggeration to say that this opportunity is unparalleled. At the same time, it contains fatal danger, and the slightest carelessness can lead to death. Once you have made your choice, you cannot regret it. Since I am here, I will not back out. Yuan Chongshan's voice was powerful and firm. I still want to see what kind of peerless opportunity it is. Huo Jie smiled, his red robe swaying like fire. The others also expressed their opinions, and no one chose to give up. Danger? So what? Or was there no danger when it came to opportunities? The better the opportunity, the greater the competition and the greater the danger. It was not surprising that one would die. Since ancient times, in order to fight for the opportunity, many people had lost their lives. What's more, an unparalleled opportunity was right in front of him. How could he give it up just like that? Although he was not clear about what kind of opportunity it was, he believed that the elders in his sect would not deceive him and the others and send them to their deaths. They must have known something and had a discussion before agreeing. If even sovereign realm experts were deceived, then there would be nothing left to say. However, there was no need to deceive the Tao venerates and sovereigns to lure the few Yuan underworldlings. This sort of method was impossible. Since you've made your decision, follow me now. The void dragon snake's body glowed with light. The light flowed from its head to its tail like water, forming a cycle. Immediately after, a light shadow leaped out from the head of the void dragon snake. One could vaguely make out the outline of a human. Good job guarding this place. The light shadow patted the void dragon snake's head gently, and the void dragon snake nodded slightly. Afterwards, the figure of light waved his hand, and a stream of light surged over like water. It turned into a wave and lifted Chunzong and the others up. They followed the figure of light to the center, rapidly approaching the 1,000-meter wide, 10,000-meter long crack at the very center. That crack was like a door that led to an unknown place. Go! With a low shout, the light shadow rushed into the huge crack. The light waves also carried Chunzong and the other 8 people into the crack. With the waves of light supporting them, there was also a layer of light covering their surroundings, firmly protecting them. Chunzong and the others did not feel any pressure, but they could feel that they were constantly flying up into the sky and also constantly falling down. This feeling was very contradictory and also very strange. Darkness. It was an endless darkness, like an abyss. When Chunzong and the others looked at it, they couldn't help but feel a chill that came from the depths of their hearts. This kind of chill was enough to make their hair stand on end. It was as if there was a fatal danger hidden in the darkness. Even with their strength, once they fell into it, their souls would be scattered and their bodies would be destroyed. However, with the protection of the light sea, they were safe and sound. The light waves carried the 9 people and followed the light shadow closely. They kept moving forward, as if they were shuttling through layers of time and space. Immediately, Chunzong and the other 8 people saw an indescribably huge wheel. When they looked at it carefully, they found that it was 2 wheels that almost overlapped. One was rotating in a forward direction, and the other was rotating in a reverse direction. It was as if it could crush everything. It was indescribable. Not long after, Chunzong and the others saw an indescribably huge figure. It was a giant beast. The void dragon serpent that was more than 300,000 meters in size couldn't compare to this giant beast at all. It was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. After a while, Chunzong and the others saw an area that was collapsing and shrinking. It was extremely huge, but it was shrinking rapidly, as if it was turning into a black hole, into a bottomless abyss. With just a glance, Chunzong and the others felt their hair stand on end, as if their divine souls were about to be devoured. 1 type, 2 types, 3 types. There were too many scenes that they had never seen before, and each of them was so shocking. They had never seen such a scene with their own eyes since they embarked on the path of cultivation. Even in the ancient books that they had read, there was no record of it at all. It was as if it had never appeared before. However, now they saw it with their own eyes, and there was more than one kind. Was it an illusion? Was this some kind of illusion? Even if it was an illusion, it was too shocking. As everyone knew, although an illusion was not real, it could not be separated from reality. At least, everything that was shown in an illusion existed or had existed before. Even if it was created out of thin air, there must be some basis for it. At least there were some similarities, and it couldn't be completely created out of thin air. In other words, if everything in front of them was an illusion, it meant that such a scene existed or had existed before. Even with the vision of Chunzong and the others, they still couldn't tell the difference. There was only shock, an unstoppable and endless shock that crazily attacked their mind, will, spirit, and divine souls. It was a subversive feeling. Soon after, waves of fiery passion continuously surged in the hearts of the 9 people. It was as if a single spark had started a prairie fire, burning intensely and fiercely. Unparalleled opportunity. They were looking forward to it more and more. They kept moving forward, as if it was an endless journey, but they didn't feel tired at all because the scene was too shocking. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, a light appeared in front of them. As they approached, the light continued to expand, as if it was a sea of light or a world of light. The light didn't stop and directly plunged into the vast light. The 9 people also rushed in under the waves of the light. There was only light in front of them, and it was so strong that they had to close their eyes. They couldn't hear anything in their ears, and they couldn't send out their divine senses. Even the power of mind couldn't spread out. Gradually, there seemed to be an invisible force descending and landing on everyone's bodies. It was irresistible and penetrated deep into their bodies. Unknowingly, everyone felt an indescribable sense of fatigue. Like ordinary people who had stayed up late for a long time, they fell into a deep sleep. Darkness. Endless darkness. It was like eternal darkness. Countless strange phenomena appeared one after another, as if there was no end to them. Suddenly, a light flickered and bloomed in an instant, like a star exploding. In an instant, Chunzong woke up. As soon as he woke up, Chunzong immediately realized that he was in a bad situation. Was he seriously injured? No, but his power had become sluggish, as if it had been frozen, and he couldn't use it. Chunzong tried to use the primordial sword origin technique, and found that this self-created technique couldn't be used. His primordial sword origin technique still existed, but it seemed to have become extremely lazy. It didn't move at all, as if it was completely asleep. Not only that, but the divine power of the world divine body was also full of inertia and couldn't be used. In other words, Chunzong's qi cultivation and body refining powers were almost unable to be used. Not only that, but even his divine senses were affected and couldn't leave his body. It felt like he had become an ordinary person, but that wasn't the case because ordinary people didn't have much power. Chunzong's power still existed, and it hadn't disappeared. It was just that for some unknown reason, it couldn't be used. Moreover, the divine spirit demon heart was also asleep. No matter how Chunzong called, there was no response, and he couldn't use the divine spirit demon heart. Chunzong pulled out his sword and tried to use a sword technique. In the end, he found that he couldn't use any of his divine sword techniques. Even if he used them, they were just empty shells and didn't have much power. They were even worse than basic sword techniques. That was because basic sword techniques weren't suppressed at all. The more basic something is, the less likely it is to be affected. Chunzong couldn't help but think to himself. The thought flashed through his mind, and he quickly looked around. This was a small wooden hut, a very simple wooden hut. He was sitting on a simple wooden bed. In addition, there was a wooden table with a black wooden box on it. He didn't know what was inside. Chunzong used his sword to open the black wooden box. He found that there were round beads the size of an ordinary person's eye. Some of them were light blue, emitting faint waves of water vapor. Some of them were dark red, faintly filling the air with the fragrance of grains and meat. The fragrance made Chunzong swallow his saliva uncontrollably. He suddenly felt a little hungry. Hungry? How could this be possible? It should be known that for ordinary people, a spirit realm practitioner was a god. He had already broken away from the level of ordinary people. It didn't matter if he didn't eat, drink, or sleep. However, he still retained his human habits. Therefore, eating and drinking were no longer necessary, but had become a hobby. Chapter 2394. Hunger. It was a feeling that Chunzong had not felt for a long time. Those are fresh water pills and meat essence pills. An unidentifiable voice suddenly sounded. It seemed to enter Chunzong's ears, but also seemed to ring in his mind. Chunzong was slightly surprised. Who is it? Zong's eyes swept across like cold lightning. His right hand pressed on the hilt of his sword, his body crouched slightly, and his feet were slightly apart. He could draw his sword and attack in an instant. However, there was only one person in the wooden house. "I'm in your hands," the voice said again. "My hands." Zong was surprised. He quickly looked at his hands, but they were empty. There was nothing there. Suddenly, his left wrist shook. A 9-colored light flashed, and a ring appeared. Could it be? Staring at the ring on his left wrist, Zong's eyes widened. The 9 Heavens ring, the one that spoke just now, was the 9 Heavens ring on his left wrist. It was impossible to describe the shock in his heart. It had been a long time since he obtained the 9 Heavens ring. However, all this time, Zong had only used it as a storage and communication device. Although the 9 Heavens ring also recorded personal information about the disciples of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, other than at the beginning, Zong did not pay much attention to it. This was because he had never heard of any benefits from being a disciple of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court other than exchanging for 9 Heavens points. However, everything exchanged for in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court was not unique. There were other places to obtain them as well. Moreover, Zong had the memories of the Sword Master of the East Court and the Heavenly Palace of Intentions as his backing. He could obtain any remarkable power he wanted. He did not need to work hard to obtain 9 Heavens points to exchange for it. To Zong, that was a waste of time. Unexpectedly, the 9 Heavens ring actually spoke. After obtaining the 9 Heavens ring for so long, Zong had always thought that it was an inanimate object. "You can call me 9 Heavens." The 9 Heavens ring's voice once again sounded in Zong's mind. "From now on, I will be one with you, sharing weal and woe." After taking a few deep breaths, Zong finally calmed himself down. "Jiuqian, where is this place?" "Universe." The 9 Heavens ring's reply surprised Zong, and the following words made Zong's pupils dilate gradually, then shrink rapidly, as if they had shrunk to the size of a needle. His face was filled with shock, as if he had heard some unbelievable news. The impact at that moment was subversive. It directly overturned all the knowledge he had in the past. This was definitely not a good feeling. It was as if you believed in something, but one day, you were suddenly told that it wasn't the case. Instead, there was another truth to it, and so on. The kind of subversive impact could even make people lose their minds and go crazy. Without an extremely tenacious will, it was simply impossible to withstand that kind of impact. Zong finally understood why his master didn't tell him and the others what the so-called peerless opportunity was. In the void, only the Dominator realm and a few top-down masters were qualified to know about it because they could withstand it. Even if they were impacted, they could adjust in a short time, and their Taoist hearts would not collapse because of it. Zong and the others had passed the test and received the peerless opportunity. Of course, they were also qualified to know that under such circumstances, if they couldn't withstand the impact and their Taoist hearts were affected, it was their own problem. Fortunately, although Zong felt a subversive shock, his Taoist heart was not affected. He just couldn't calm down for a while. Taking a deep breath, Zong sat quietly on the wooden bed. He pulled out his sword, took out a soft white cloth, and slowly wiped the sword. There was no dust on the sword, but there was in Zong's heart. As he wiped the sword, Zong gradually calmed down and accepted the subversive impact. Zong also finished sorting out what the 9 Heavens ring said. The void, the universe. For a long time, Zong thought that it was the same concept. Until now, he knew that it was not the case. The void and the universe were two different concepts. In short, the universe was vaster than the void, and its level was higher because the universe contained countless voids. However, the universe was not made up of countless voids. It was only a part of it. Zong understood this point very well. For example, in the void where he was, there were countless worlds and stars, which were part of the void. The second point was the void sequence. In the universe, there were many voids. Until now, it was still unclear how many voids there were, because when old voids collapsed and collapsed, new voids would also appear. However, no matter how many voids there were They were divided into 3 levels: the first sequence, the second sequence, and the third sequence. The first sequence was the highest level of voids, followed by the second sequence, which was also called the medium void. The third sequence was the most ordinary and was called the low void. The division of the void sequence was closely related to the level of the void's own rules. The universe contained the rules, and the void contained the rules. There was a huge difference between the rules and the rules. It was a qualitative difference, like heaven and earth. It could also be said that the rules were the higher level of the rules. The rules of the first sequence void were the most complete and closer to the rules of the universe, followed by the second sequence void, and then the third sequence void. As such, the life forms born in the void of different sequences were naturally nourished by the rules of different levels. There would also be differences in their own talents and potential. This was a general trend. Similarly, the higher the void of the higher sequence void life forms, the easier it was to enter the universe because there were more opportunities. The void Qinzong belonged to the third sequence void. It was one of the subsidiary voids of the 9 heavens imperial court, a powerful force in the universe. However, due to the distance and the fact that the rules of the void itself were not strong enough, the countless 9 heavens imperial court towers set up in the void had to absorb for many years to accumulate enough power. This kind of absorption was under the condition that the foundation of the void was not damaged, so the speed was naturally very slow. It took countless years to accumulate enough power to build the connection between the void and the 9 heavens imperial core of the universe, open the sequence passage, and allow the master of the 9 heavens imperial court to descend. If it was the 9 heavens imperial court in the second sequence void, its absorption speed would be 10 times that of the third sequence void, and the first sequence void would be 10 times that of the second sequence void. This meant that the second sequence void, and even the first sequence void, had a much longer time in contact with the universe than the third sequence void. This was the 9 heavens imperial court, the real territory of the 9 heavens imperial court, and not the tall buildings of the 9 heavens imperial court in the void. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Because of this, Qinzong had already come into contact with the rules of the universe. The power of his qi cultivation base and his body refining cultivation base. The reason why he could not use his divine thought, heart sword principle, great path of the world, and other powers was also very obvious. It was because he was not used to it. All of Qinzong's powers were comprehended and cultivated in the original void. They were compatible with the rules of the void, not the rules of the universe. The rules of the universe were much more advanced than the rules of the void. This was a qualitative difference. Under such circumstances, Qinzong naturally could not use all of his powers. However, his movements were not restricted in the slightest. Basic sword techniques could also be used and possessed a certain amount of power. This was because the more basic something was, the less it would be restricted. This was a common point no matter where it was, whether it was the void or the universe. 9 heavens, how should I adapt to the rules of the universe? Qinzong caught the main point as his thoughts turned. The most important thing now was to adapt to the rules of the universe so that he could mobilize his powers and recover his strength. Cultivate the cultivation methods and martial arts in the universe. Change your powers and adapt to the rules of the universe, the 9 heavens ring quickly answered. However, Qinzong frowned. It sounded very simple, but where could he obtain the cultivation methods and martial arts in the universe? Every life form that has just entered the universe will receive a gift. The 9 heavens ring seemed to know what Qinzong was thinking. Go out and take a look. Qinzong immediately stood up. His gaze swept around and landed on the door of the small wooden hut. He opened it and a gust of wind blew in. Qinzong took a step out of the small wooden hut. Below his feet was a patch of very tough grass. When his feet stepped on it, he could clearly feel a rebounding force that seemed to want to bounce his feet off and send his body flying. This caused him to have to be more careful with every step. Otherwise, even if he was not bounced off, his balance would be affected. What entered his eyes was a dark sky filled with dark clouds. There were wisps of blood-red color faintly permeating the air. There were many small wooden huts all around. They looked similar to the small wooden hut behind him. "Nine heavens, is this a camp?" Chunzong asked after taking a rough look around and grasping some of the outlines. "That's right. This is the training camp of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court." The Nine Heavens Ring's answer caused Chunzong's thoughts to turn. From this, he could make more connections. In the center of the training camp, there are cultivation techniques and martial arts inheritance tablets. You can pass on cultivation techniques and martial arts to the universe from there, the Nine Heavens Ring reminded him. Hearing this, Chunzong looked in the direction. After identifying the location, he quickly set off in the direction of the so-called center of the camp. The place where his small wooden hut was located was considered to be at the edge of the camp. Along the way, Chunzong also saw other people. Of course, they were not his companions who came with him, but other life forms from the other voids. These life forms were not necessarily the same. Some of them looked similar to him and seemed to be part of the human race. Some of them were similar to the human race, but their characteristics were different. For example, their skin color was darker, and there seemed to be strands of strange patterns on the surface of their skin that seemed to contain some kind of mystery. Their eyes were pure black without any white in them. The aura emanating from their bodies brought about a feeling of darkness and depravity, making Chunzong feel an indescribable threat. There were also some with abnormally fair skin that seemed to be suffused with a layer of halo. They were unusually handsome, and their eyes contained a wisp of golden light. The aura emanating from their bodies was as pure and vast as the light. There were also some who were astonishingly tall, directly exceeding 5 meters. Their entire bodies were filled with muscles that seemed to be cast from steel, as if they were filled with terrifying strength. In addition, there were also some who looked like the human race but were not. They more or less had some characteristics of beasts. The aura they emanated was extremely fierce. Chapter 2395. Earn money from milk powder, diapers, money, 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 money. Subscribe quickly and vote monthly. When Chunzong arrived at the center of the training camp, he saw more than a dozen races along the way. After communicating with the Nine Heavens Ring, Chunzong also learned the names and origins of these races. But among them, the ones that attracted the most attention, or rather, the ones that made him feel threatened, were only 4 races. The race with dark skin, black veins, and completely black pupils that exuded a dark and decadent aura was called the demon human race. They were a first-order void life form. The race with fair skin that exuded a halo and was abnormally handsome, with a vast and bright aura, was called the celestial race. They were also first-order void life forms. The race with a height of 5 meters and a body that was as strong as an iron tower was called the giant race. They were also first-order void life forms. The race that looked like humans but had the characteristics of beasts and an extremely fierce aura was called the ancient beast race. They were also first-order void life forms. The other races were all second-order and third-order void life forms. The wooden houses where the 4 first-order void life forms lived were located in the first ring of the training camp, closest to the center. The wooden houses where the second-order void life forms lived were located in the second ring of the training camp. The wooden houses where the third-order void life forms lived were located in the third ring of the training camp, which was the outermost ring. Chunzong also saw the other 8 people who came from the same void life form as him. They all gathered together. After all, this was a strange place, and only they were familiar with each other. Lowly life form, get lost. A low voice rang out. Immediately after, a demon cultivator waved his hand and pushed a human cultivator away. The human seemed to have lost his weight. Under that push, he flew back a few meters and landed on his butt. He almost rolled on the ground. He was in a very sorry state. In just an instant, the human got up. His face was flushed red, and his anger erupted. He was about to charge at the demon human. The demon human was not afraid at all. Instead, he revealed a mocking smile, and his eyes became darker. "Don't be rash. The human's companion rushed out and grabbed him. Hee, this lowly life form has some courage. Their language was not the language of the human race. Chunzong could not understand, but when the 9 heavenly rings started to heat up, Chunzong immediately understood what they were saying. In the end, the human was dragged away, but the demon dweller shrugged and pursed his lips. He had no intention of chasing after the human. He glanced around, focusing on the 2nd rank and 3rd rank void beings. When he saw the 3rd rank void beings, he was filled with disdain. Inferior life form. What an insulting title. Generally, those who were regarded as inferior life forms were like ants without intelligence. They didn't have intelligence and didn't have great power. However, the human race was an intelligent life form, yet they were called inferior life forms by the devil cultivator race. This was a great insult, and Chunzong and the others also frowned. However, no one made a move. On one hand, they had just arrived and were not clear about the situation. On the other hand, they could not use their own power, and the demon human gave them a very dangerous feeling. Even if they made a move, they would most likely not be a match for the demon human. They might be humiliating themselves, so it was better to wait and see first and learn more. On the other hand, the insulted human did not come from the same void as them, so their sense of identity was lower. The people of the 4 first-rank void races stood at the front of the inheritance steels. They were the closest to receive the inheritance. There were 2 inheritance steels. One was a cultivation method inheritance steel, and the other was a martial arts inheritance steel. Chunzong and the other 8 stood together, standing on the periphery with the humans from other voids to observe the inheritance steels. However, in order to receive the inheritance, they had to get close to the inheritance steel and touch it. They could only wait in line. Receiving the inheritance was not complicated, and the process was very fast. Not long after, the 4 first-rank void races had finished receiving the inheritance and left one after another. It was the turn of the 2nd-rank void races to receive the inheritance, and then the 3rd-rank void races to receive the inheritance. According to Chunzong's observation, among the people present, there were a total of 4 first-rank void races, 13 second-rank void races, and more than 60 third-rank void races. Among them, the number of life forms from the first-rank void races was the largest, ranging from 80 to nearly 100. On the other hand, life forms from the 2nd-rank void were the next best. There were at least 3 of them, and, at most, there were close to 50 of them. The 3rd-rank void races had the least, ranging from 7 to 8 to a dozen. The void where they were had a total of 9. Among the 3rd-rank voids, it was not too many, but it was also not too bad. In addition, there were quite a lot of people in the entire camp, more than 1,000, close to 2,000. Close to 2,000 was not a large number, but the problem was that these life forms came from different voids, and they were the best of the best among those voids. Take Shinzong and the other 8 as an example. These 9 people had been carefully selected from that void, and they were the most outstanding 9 who had passed the test in the end. The situation in the other voids should be similar. Although they had just arrived and had not adapted to the laws of the universe, causing them to be unable to use their powers, everyone naturally exuded an aura. It was the aura that had been accumulated through their usual cultivation and battles. Although it had been weakened countless times because they could not use their powers, it still existed. This aura could be sensed by others, and they could make a general judgment as to whether the other party was easy to deal with. The people in this camp had basically arrived at the same time, and no one had taken the initiative. However, the life forms from the first-rank voids are more familiar with this, because the void they were in had people who had entered the universe a long time ago. Moreover, it was not just one batch, but batches after batches. They were closely connected and knew more about the mysteries of the universe. They were not at a loss like the third-rank void beings who had entered for the first time. Information was very important, and the difference in information brought about an innate gap, which was where the advantage lay. However, there was a first time for everything. In the beginning, when the first batch of life forms from the first-rank void stepped into the universe, they had also experienced a loss. It was a necessary process. The team moved forward and took turns. Finally, it was Chunzong and the other 8 people's turn. The 9 of them stood in a line in front of the first inheritance tablet and pressed their palms on it. It felt strange to the touch, as if they were about to sink in, but they would not actually sink in. In an instant, the inheritance tablet seemed to tremble, and there was a faint buzzing sound. Chunzong felt as if his god soul was being dragged by an irresistible force, and he instantly entered a deep, mysterious, and boundless expanse. Wisps of light appeared in all directions, as if thousands of homes were brightly lit. There was an indescribable magnificence, and it was extremely shocking. The lamp-like lights floated, and as if they were being pulled by something, they gathered from all directions and rushed directly toward Chunzong. Inside Chunzong's body, Chunzong discovered that the lamp-like lights were actually words that he had never seen before. They were words that belonged to the universe, a manifestation of the universe's laws, and they carried some of the mysteries of the universe's laws. In just a few short breaths, more than 100 holy texts disappeared into Chunzong's body. Chunzong felt a repulsive force, and in the next breath, his god's soul returned to his body. In his mind, there was an additional cultivation method. Chunzong immediately walked toward another inheritance tablet. This was a martial arts inheritance tablet, and the inheritance was naturally martial arts. Just like before in front of the cultivation method inheritance tablet, Chunzong stretched out his hand and pressed it on the martial arts inheritance tablet. The feeling of his god soul being dragged out appeared again. It was still a mysterious and deep void. It was vast and boundless. At a glance, one couldn't see the bottom of it. In the next breath, specks of light lit up, as if there were lanterns one after another. However, these lanterns were different from the ones in the cultivation method inheritance steel. They were not of one color, but of many different colors. Moreover, there were not as many of them. In total, there were only a dozen lanterns. The lamps flew and circled, but did not enter Chunzong's body. Chunzong's eyes focused, and the light was restrained. He immediately looked into the distance and saw clearly one lamp after another. He saw that there were different mysteries in each lamp: saber, sword, fist, palm, finger, and so on. What they represented should be different types of martial arts, such as saber techniques, sword techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, finger techniques, and so on. One could choose according to one's needs. Chunzong did not hesitate at all and directly chose the lamp that represented the mystery of the sword. In an instant, the other lamps were extinguished, and the lamp that represented the mystery of the sword shone brightly. As the light shone, Chunzong was completely covered. Wisps of sword chi surrounded Chunzong and penetrated into his body, condensing into sword patterns. Not long after, Chunzong was also expelled and returned to his body. This was the benefit of a void being who entered the universe for the first time. They could obtain a cultivation method and a martial arts technique without any cost. Only by practicing this cultivation method could one adapt to the environment of the universe and adapt to the laws of the universe. Only then could one mobilize one's strength and restore one's strength. The martial arts technique was also a means to adapt to the laws of the universe. It was an application. Both cultivation methods and martial arts techniques were indispensable. Brother Chun, the cultivation method I obtained is called the 10,000 Elephant True Technique. What cultivation method did you obtain? Duan Linghong asked casually. The 10,000 Elephant True Technique, Chunzong answered with slight surprise. I also obtained the 10,000 Elephant True Technique, the others said one after another. This discovery immediately surprised everyone. It was actually the same cultivation method name. Could it be the same cultivation method? Chunzong and the others also realized that they were not the only ones who obtained the 10,000 Elephant True Technique. The cultivation method inheritance that the others obtained was also the 10,000 Elephant True Technique. The 4 First Order Void clans also heard the exclamations and discussions of the crowd. They either ignored them indifferently or looked at them with disdain. They seemed to have already known something. is the cultivation method inheritance that everyone obtained the 10,000 elephant true technique? Chunzong could not help but ponder. If so, this 10,000 elephant true technique is too amazing. For a moment, Chunzong could not wait to comprehend the mysteries within. Chapter 2396. Double the monthly ticket. One ticket becomes two. It's a good deal. No matter where it was, whether it was the void or the universe, to a cultivator, strength was the most important thing. After obtaining the cultivation techniques and martial arts legacies, even the 4 first-order void clans returned to their wooden houses and began to comprehend and cultivate. The opportunity to come here, even among the first-order void clans, was not easy to come by. Of course, they had to cherish it. In the wooden house, Chunzong was comprehending the 10,000 elephant true technique. Because he had not adapted to the change from rules to laws, the 33 heavens of the mind and the Heart Sutra were also affected. As a result, Chunzong could not multitask to comprehend, and his efficiency was greatly reduced. Please note that the purpose of the training camp is to train. The 9 Heavens Ring's voice sounded in Chunzong's mind. The training has already begun from the moment you entered this camp. Training. Chunzong temporarily put down his comprehension of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Instinctively, he felt that the meaning behind this was extraordinary. That's right. This is the training camp of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. It is the first stop for the prodigies from the various Void clans. It is the starting point for the prodigies of the Void clans to adapt to the laws of the universe. The 9 Heavens Ring continued speaking. Its voice was neither high nor low, without any fluctuation, as if it did not contain any emotion. Every newcomer has a 1-year training period. Chunzong listened quietly. He felt that this information was very important, and he had to grasp it clearly. Only those who pass the training are qualified to truly enter the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. If they do not pass the training and are still alive, this memory will be sealed and sent back to their original void. They will lose this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Chunzong's expression turned grave. The consequences of this seemed to be a little serious. If you pass the trial and enter the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, you can also fight for a second chance to enter the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's trial camp for the void you came from. The 9 Heavens Ring continued. As it explained, Chunzong also understood what it meant. This time, there were a total of 9 people who passed the test in the void that he came from and obtained the chance to participate in the trial. Among the 9 people, as long as half of them could pass the trial, then the sea of light in the void that he came from would continue to exist. After a period of time, there would be a second chance to take the test. After passing the test, they would be able to participate in the trial of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court and arrive at this trial camp. On the other hand, if less than half of the people passed the trial, then it would depend on the level of the people who passed the trial. The worst thing would be to lose the opportunity. The sea of light would disappear and the crack would close. Then, they would have to wait for many years to accumulate power before they could open the trial again. This was because he had passed the trial and obtained the qualifications to maintain that sea of light and the crack. He needed to use the power of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. He had to prove his worth before the 9 Heavens Imperial Court was willing to expend that power. It was a simple logic. There were 9 people in the void on his side. Under normal circumstances, at least 5 of them would need to pass the trial. The final trial evaluation for different sequences of the void is also different. For example, your 3rd sequence void only needs to obtain a first-class evaluation. Chunzong frowned slightly when he heard this. First-class evaluation? That didn't sound like a difficult thing to do. However, Chunzong had a feeling that this was not an easy task. There might be even more difficulties behind it. The trial is divided into many levels of evaluation. The lowest level is to master the 3rd level of the 10,000 elephant true technique during the trial period. The 2nd level is to master the 4th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. The 3rd level is to master the 5th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. After a year, the higher the trial level, the more attention you will receive and the more rewards you will receive. All in all, in this year, do your best and work hard to obtain a higher trial level. That will be extremely beneficial to you. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court's tone was suddenly filled with encouragement. Shenzong thought carefully. The information brought by the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was not much, but the content was very rich. The more he thought about it, the more surprised he was. One more thing. There's not only one campsite on the trial ground. There are 4 campsites, namely the north, south, east, and west. The campsite you are in is the east camp. Shenzong was instantly shocked. There were actually 3 campsites like this. Remember, some of the life forms in the campsites arrived earlier than you. The 4 campsites are in a competitive relationship. Even among the same campsites, there is still a competitive relationship. On the trial ground, killing is prohibited within the campsites. There are no restrictions outside the campsites. Every sentence of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was not for nothing. There was a purpose behind it. As for whether one could understand the meaning behind it, it depended on one's ability to understand. However, those who were able to come here were not ordinary prodigies. Their ability to understand was not bad. One more thing. The trial ground is also called the Ferocious Demon Wasteland. Outside the campsites, there are ferocious demons running amok. Killing ferocious demons will give you trial points, and trial points can be exchanged in the campsites. Killing other cultivators on the trial ground will give you half of their trial points. This sentence immediately made Chunzong's heart tremble. This seemed to be encouraging killing. Killing other cultivators on the trial ground would give you half of their trial points. It really seemed like a form of encouragement, but it was also very cruel. Those who were able to come here were the top prodigies of each void. If they died here, it would be too much of a pity. Everyone has 3 death marks. After dying outside the campsites, you will be reborn in the campsites. If you are killed again after your death marks are used up, you will truly die. Death marks can be exchanged with trial points. Death marks. Shenzong repeated in a low voice. On the back of his right hand, 3 overlapping skull marks were faintly discernible, containing an indescribable mystery. How extravagant! The Nine Heavens Imperial Court was indeed extravagant. Shenzong took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He had already finished sorting out all this information. Jiuqian, tell me about the ferocious demons, Chunzong said. Ferocious demons, also known as the universe ferocious demons, are an evil race born in the universe. They have relatively low intelligence and worship destruction. They will eat the flesh and blood of all living creatures. No one knows how many voids have been occupied and devoured by them. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court's tone seemed to contain an indescribable solemnity. Ferocious demons are the natural enemies of all living creatures in the void of the universe. Ferocious demons are divided into different levels. The ferocious demons of the Ferocious Demon Wasteland are known as the soldier-level universe ferocious demons. According to your cultivation level, they correspond to the Yuanming realm. Every level of ferocious demon is further divided into juvenile, adult, mature, evolved, and complete forms. The general level universe ferocious demons correspond to the transcendent realm. Soldier-level ferocious demons have very low intelligence and rely more on instinct. The higher the level of the ferocious demon, the higher its intelligence. Killing a juvenile soldier-level ferocious demon will earn you 1 trial point. The higher the level of the ferocious demon, the more trial points you will earn after killing it. Do you have any questions? You can ask me. I will tell you everything that I can. The voice of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court fell silent. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound coming from his stomach. The feeling of hunger was becoming more and more obvious. Shunzong couldn't help but take the meat essence pill from the black wooden box and consume it directly. In an instant, his mouth was filled with a supple feeling. A rich fragrance spread out. It was the fragrance of grains and meat mixed together. It was full of flavor. With 1 meat essence pill in his stomach, Chunzong's hunger quickly disappeared, and he felt a sense of fullness. He took another clear water pill and consumed it. It melted in his mouth. It was as clear and sweet as ice spring water and was very delicious. It immediately eliminated the hunger that had just surged up. Chunzong checked and found that there were 29 meat essence pills and clear water pills left. According to the amount of one meat essence pill and one clear water pill per day, it could last for 30 days. However, the trial period was 1 year. Even if it was just survival, relying on those clear water pills and meat essence pills was completely insufficient. Moreover, even the lowest trial evaluation required one to master the third level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. The first level of the 10,000 elephant true technique was free. The second level, third level, fourth level, and fifth level all required trial points to exchange. To a certain extent, this urged everyone to go out and fight with the ferocious demons. The trial rules here were indeed very complete. There were no loopholes that could be exploited. All escape and luck did not exist. One could only work hard. Otherwise, one could only wait for failure. Their memories would be sealed and they would be sent back, losing this opportunity. Then, let's start meditating. The 10,000 elephant true technique. The technique inheritance obtained from the inheritance tablet was only the first level. According to the introduction, cultivating the first level would allow 1/10,000th of one's strength to adapt to the laws of the universe. If one cultivated the second level, it would be 1/10,000th. If one cultivated the third level, it would be 100th. If one wanted to fully adapt, they would need to cultivate the fourth level. However, the second, third, and fourth levels all require trial points to exchange. Other than that, other pills and the like also required trial points to exchange. All in all, trial points were very important. The exchange method was very simple. That was to pass through the 9 heavenly rings in the camp. Chunzong used the 9 heavenly rings to operate and found that the second level of the 10,000 elephant true technique required 100 trial points. The third level was 10 times more, requiring 1,000 trial points. As for the fourth level, it required 10,000 trial points. The fifth level required a shocking 100,000 trial points. 100,000. That was an astronomical figure. Who knew how many ferocious demons one had to kill to accumulate that much? As for the meat essence pill and clear water pill, there were not many. One pill only required 1 trial point. That was the most basic guarantee of survival. Chunzong checked the death mark. The first death mark required 1,000 trial points. The second death mark required 10 times more. 1,000 trial points did not sound like much, but it was a consumable. Here, the danger did not only come from the ferocious demons, but also from the other prodigies in the camp. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Chunzong began to comprehend the first layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. After he had grasped all the information he could find, he strived to successfully cultivate it in the shortest amount of time and recover part of his strength. Chapter 2397. There were only 114 words in the first level of the 10,000 elephant true art. It wasn't a lot, but each word condensed an incomparably profound mystery. It could be said that each word was like a jewel. Those with insufficient comprehension ability wouldn't be able to comprehend anything at all. Chunzong was certain that if the first level of the 10,000 elephant true art was placed in the void where he came from, Yuan underworld cultivators who could comprehend it would be as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. However, it wasn't necessarily better when compared to some of the more profound cultivation arts in the void. The main point was that the 10,000 elephant true art carried the laws of the universe and not the rules of the void. This was an essential difference. If someone who had never come into contact with the laws tried to comprehend it, the difficulty would increase countless times. Chunzong quickly realized this. The first difficulty in comprehending the 10,000 elephant true art was that one had to understand the laws to a certain extent. However, This was his first time coming into contact with the laws, and they were very unfamiliar to him. Shenzong frowned when he couldn't comprehend it for 3 days in a row. Fortunately, he had a tough mind. Otherwise, he would have been impatient. The 9 heavenly rings trembled slightly as a message was transmitted. It was from Duan Linkong. Brother Chun, have you comprehended the 10,000 elephant true art? Duan Linkong's voice sounded as if he was going crazy. I have been comprehending it for 3 days and 3 nights, but I have no clue at all. Same here, Shenzong replied. Wu Kongming soon came to the door and gathered the 9 of them. According to his intention, he wanted to brainstorm and verify it together. He hoped that they would be able to find a clue in a shorter time and be able to comprehend the 10,000 elephant true art. This proposal was approved by everyone. Shenzong, I heard that your comprehension ability is amazing. Have you not comprehended the 10,000 elephant true art? Hui Jie glanced at Shenzong and said unhurriedly. Shenzong's comprehension ability was astonishing, and this was a well-known point. It's my first time coming into contact with the laws. It's too unfamiliar, Shenzong replied unhurriedly. In addition, it was because he couldn't use the Heart Sutra. If the Heart Sutra wasn't restricted, then he would have 10 times the comprehension efficiency under the Heart 10 artistic conception. He might even have comprehended the 10,000 elephant true art. Without the Heart Sutra, even though Shenzong's comprehension ability was outstanding, he couldn't surpass the others by too much. Everyone didn't waste any time and voice their own opinions. Even though they didn't comprehend any mysteries during these 3 days, everyone had different directions of entry. So, by verifying each other's opinions and brainstorming together, they might be able to ignite even more inspiration. After a round of discussion, everyone felt that they had gained something. They all left to continue their secluded cultivation. Another day passed. Shenzong felt that he had comprehended something, but he was still a step away. People too. To this that. Thousand true realm. That's fast. Shenzong couldn't help but gasp. In retrospect, the first-rank Voids' rule was more complete and advanced than the third-rank Voids' rule. It was closer to the universe's rule. The difference was at least 100 times. With such an advantage, the first-rank Voids life forms would be able to get started and cultivate in a shorter time. This was something that couldn't be helped. It was an innate difference. On the 6th day, people from the Paleobeast tribe and the Giant tribe also successfully cultivated the first level of the 10,000 true realm and walked out of the camp. Time flew. 10 days had passed in a row. Everyone from the first-rank Void had successfully cultivated the first level of the 10,000 true realm and walked out of the camp to hunt ferocious demons to gain trial points. At the same time, a few prodigies from the second-rank Void had successfully cultivated the first level of the 10,000 true realm. They recovered part of their strength and walked out of the camp. However, most of the second-rank Void's prodigies were still working hard. As for the third-rank Void's prodigies, it was even more so. They hadn't even gotten started. The gap was becoming more and more obvious. When the 12th day came, some of the second-rank Void's prodigies had succeeded and walked out of the camp. Today was the 13th day. So, this is the maxim. Shenzong thought to himself. He felt an invisible, formless, and colorless power. That power was very brilliant and omnipresent. It had a kind of mystery that encompassed all things and was supreme. Most of the time, the difference between getting started and not getting started was only a line or a thin film. However, the difference was like heaven and earth. When Shenzong had a preliminary understanding of the mystery of the maxim, the difficulty of comprehending the first level of the 10,000 true realm suddenly dropped by countless times. Shenzong quickly comprehended the mystery contained in each of the 114 words. In just half an hour, Shenzong had completely comprehended the 10,000 true realm and started cultivating. As soon as he started cultivating, the solidified power in his body suddenly emerged in wisps and circulated along the path of the 10,000 true realm. After circulating one cycle after another, more and more power seemed to be unfrozen and turned into streams of water that surrounded his body. Chunzong realized that the unsealed power was different in nature compared to before. It seemed to be of a higher level. This was because the previous power had adapted to the maxim of the void. Now, the power was constantly transforming along with the mystery of the first level of the 10,000 true realm and had become a power of a higher level. As this power circulated throughout his body, Chunzong realized that his body-refining power was also being unsealed bit by bit. He had to admit that the 10,000 true realm was really mysterious beyond compare. After circulating the first level of the 10,000 true realm for 99 cycles, Chunzong's power had been unsealed by 1/10,000th. If he continued to circulate it, he would not be able to recover the slightest bit. This meant that Chunzong had completely mastered the first level of the 10,000 true realm. The feeling of recovering power was incomparably wonderful, especially the feeling of regaining what he had lost. This made Chunzong very happy. After taking a deep breath and calming down his excited mood, Chunzong began to comprehend the inherited swordsmanship. The name of this swordsmanship was very simple. It was called a ninefold true sword and had a total of 9 forms. In terms of swordsmanship, Chunzong's comprehension was outstanding. Moreover, he had a preliminary understanding of a universal law. Therefore, the efficiency of his comprehension was very high. In less than an hour, he had completely comprehended the ninefold true sword and began to cultivate it. The ninefold true sword was very simple. With Chunzong's foundation in swordsmanship, he could easily master it. It's very pure, Chunzong said in a low voice. The 9 forms of the ninefold true sword were very pure. This kind of purity made Chunzong speechless for a moment. Since he had already mastered the first level of the 10,000 true realm and had completely mastered the ninefold true sword, Chunzong took the remaining meat essence pills and freshwater pills, opened the door, and walked towards the main gate of the camp. Brother Chun, have you already? Duan Linkong had just come out for a stroll. This was a habit of his. Every time he encountered a difficult problem, he would change his way of thinking. Yes, Chunzong nodded in response. At this time, the successor disciple of the Eternal Battle Fort, who was wearing a ferocious ghost mask, also walked over. His gaze swept past Duan Linkong and fell on Chunzong's face. He nodded slightly and walked out of the camp. What? Even the war demon, Duan Linkong, was shocked again. He felt like he had suffered a blow. In any case, they were partners who had come here together. It was hard to accept that he had been defeated. Duan Linkong, who was both shocked and motivated, did not say anything else. He immediately finished his stroll and returned to the small wooden house to cultivate in seclusion again. This time, he had made up his mind. He would not take half a step out of the wooden house until he had comprehended it successfully. Not long after, the others also found out about the news. They also looked like they had suffered a great blow, especially Hua Jie and Yuan Chongshan. They were both Taoists from the Holy Land. Why were the two of them one step ahead while they were lagging behind? Under this kind of stimulation, Yuan Chongshan and Hua Jie also comprehended it faster. When Chunzong stepped out of the camp, the war demon's figure was already gone. Of course, the war demon was not his real name. It was just a title. Without thinking too much, Chunzong stepped forward and quickly ran forward. The ground beneath his feet was brown and covered with dark green grass. It was extremely tough, and even if it had been trampled countless times, it would not be destroyed. Even if it was destroyed, it would regrow in a short period of time. It was extremely tenacious. Although he had recovered 1/10,000th of his strength, he still could not use his movement technique. Because it was a movement technique cultivated in the void, it was incompatible with the universe. He could force himself to use it, but he would not be able to grasp the essence of it. Instead, it would affect him. It was better to use his strength to run. As for flying, it was impossible. He could only use his legs to travel. As soon as Chunzong left the camp, he felt an extremely ferocious and violent aura in the open space. Moreover, the further he was from the camp, the stronger the aura became. The trial ground was also called the Fearsome Demon Wasteland. There were 4 trial grounds in the 4 directions of the trial ground: north, south, east, and west. Within a certain range of each trial ground, there would not be any fearsome demons. About half an hour after leaving the camp, an ancient mottled stone bridge appeared in front of Chunzong. The stone bridge was about 100 meters long. Below the stone bridge was a river that was 100 meters wide. It was 100 meters high from the stone bridge. The river water flowed neither too fast nor too slow, making waves of splashing sounds and creating small splashes. This river separated the real trial grounds from the campsite. Stepping on the ancient mottled stone bridge that seemed to be covered with moss, Chunzong could feel an indescribable heaviness. When he crossed the ancient mottled stone bridge and truly stepped into the training grounds, the violent and ferocious aura instantly increased by several times, causing Chunzong's body to involuntarily tremble as his expression turned cold and solemn. The fearsome demon wasteland. The universe's fearsome demons. It was time to face it. Chunzong's eyes focused. Wisps of light were like the edge of a sword. In his heart, there was not the slightest fear. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it, slowly looking forward to it in a trace of fighting spirit. The cultivation of the first level of the 10,000 elephant true technique unsealed and transformed not only the cultivation strength of chi cultivation and body refining, but also other aspects such as divine thoughts, mental strength, and so on. The sword was in the scabbard, but it was already faintly unable to hold back. First, he set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book Guesthouse mobile version website. Chapter 2398. The trial ground was also known as the ferocious demon wasteland. The sky was dark red, like the color of blood after it had dried up. It would make people feel terrified. It was a feeling that directly impacted the spirit and the depths of the heart. It was not that simple. The extremely violent, evil aura turned into gusts of wind and swept past like a tide. Is this the so-called ferocious demon? Chunzong's eyes shone brightly, as if they were solid. He stared at the figure in front of him. It was a 2-meter-tall figure that stood upright. Its entire body was greenish-black, and its skin was rough, as if it was covered with fine lumps. It looked abnormally tough, like the skin of a toad. Its head was hideous and terrifying, as if it was pieced together by a wolf and a bear. Its eyes emitted a scarlet light, full of violence and bloodthirst. Its mouth was full of crisscrossing teeth, as if it could bite everything into pieces. Its 2 arms were very long, hanging directly to the ground. Each arm only had 4 claws, which were abnormally sharp. The muscles on its legs seemed to be very well developed, full of explosive power. This ferocious demon also noticed Chunzong. Turbid saliva flowed out of its crisscrossing mouth, as if it had discovered a peerless delicacy. It kicked its legs, and, as the muscles on its legs trembled, an extremely powerful force immediately erupted, propelling its body forward and charging towards Chunzong at lightning speed. The ferocious aura rushed over directly, as if it wanted to crush Chunzong. A sense of horror rose from the depths of his body. It was a sense of crisis, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. It was not directly related to strength, but more related to the essence of life. Natural enemy. The ferocious demons of the universe were notorious for their violence and bloodthirstiness. The human race and all other living creatures were regarded as existences like food. It was impossible for them to coexist with the ferocious demons of the universe. It was either you die or I die. When Chunzong discovered this ferocious demon, the 9 Heavens Ring also gave him a notification. Iron-clawed demon, soldier-level infant. In an instant, the iron-clawed demon flew over. Its 2 iron claws were abnormally sharp, tearing the sky apart and grabbing Chunzong directly. It was violent, cruel, and ferocious. As soon as they met, it wanted to tear Chunzong into pieces and eat him. Eating flesh and blood would allow the ferocious demons to grow. That was the main way for them to become strong. Chunzong's figure. His eyes were fixed on the iron-clawed demon, capturing its every move. The iron-clawed demon's movement was strange. As it approached, its sharp claws piercing through the air, Chun Zong's figure, and he quickly dodged it. The way the iron-clawed demons attacked was very simple and direct, but it was also very efficient. They did not waste any extra energy. Everything was just right, just like a martial arts master who had returned to the basics. Every move they made was for the sake of battle, for the sake of killing. Due to its extreme speed, the claw shadows spread out in all directions, completely enveloping Chun Zong from head to toe. It was as if it wanted to tear Chun Zong apart. However, Chun Zong was in the midst of it, constantly moving and dodging. Even if he couldn't dodge, he would pull out his sword to block and use the force. After about a dozen breaths, Chun Zong figured out the iron-clawed demon's combat strength and methods. The attacks of the iron-clawed demons could not be said to be profound and unfathomable. On the contrary, it was very simple, but it was simple to the extreme, as if it had returned to its original state. It had abandoned all useless magnificence, leaving only the most basic and purest killing techniques. Everything was only born to kill the enemy. This was the most terrifying aspect. The combat strength of this infant iron-clawed demon was at the 3-star origin demon realm. However, it could even fight against an ordinary 4-star origin demon realm cultivator. Ferocious demons of the universe were born with astonishing combat strength. After figuring out all of the iron-clawed demon's methods, Chun Zong directly counterattacked. The first sword of the ninefold true sword. The sword light was swift and fierce, like an aurora flashing through the air in an instant. It seemed to leave a sword mark in the eye as it slashed at the iron-clawed demon's body. The extreme heart phaseless sword was Chun Zong's natal artifact. It was also restricted by the laws of the universe, and its power was greatly reduced. It was only 1/10,000th of its original power, causing the power of the sword to decrease significantly. Chun Zong's expression changed slightly when the sword slashed down. This sword actually couldn't cut the iron-clawed demon's body in half. It had only split open its rough and tough skin. What an amazing defense! Chun Zong couldn't help but be shocked. Although it was only an infant, it had the combat strength of a 3-star origin demon realm cultivator. Furthermore, its attack power was extremely shocking. In addition to its terrifying defense, it could even contend against a 4-star origin demon realm cultivator. Such a life form, blessed by nature, was really too terrifying. Fortunately, ferocious demons of the universe didn't have much intelligence. If they had high intelligence, they would become extremely terrifying and unstoppable. Before the sword could succeed, the iron-clawed demon's sharp claws had also arrived in an instant. It was extremely terrifying and directly tore Chun Zong's figure apart. However, there was no blood splattering. What was torn apart was only an afterimage. Chun Zong had already dodged. The second sword slashed out. The second sword of the ninefold true sword. Following the sword mark made by the first sword, the second sword slashed directly in and encountered another obstruction. This iron-clawed demon didn't just have tough skin and amazing defense. Even the insides of its body seemed to be very tough as well, greatly resisting the sharpness of the sword. However, the power of the second sword was twice as strong as the first sword. Following the original sword mark, the second sword slashed directly in. Despite the heavy resistance, Chun Zong's sword slashed halfway in, causing great damage to the iron-clawed demon. Draw the sword. Slash. Accompanied by a stream of black and red smelly blood splashing, the iron-clawed demon's body was trembling, and it was in great pain. The soldier-level, ferocious demons of the universe didn't have much intelligence, but it didn't mean that they didn't have feelings. They would still feel pain when they were injured, especially when half of their bodies were cut. When the long sword was drawn out, the pain of cutting went straight to the soul. Under the severe pain, the iron-clawed demon became more and more frenzied. Its sharp claws crazily attacked Chun Zong. Each of its claws was condensed with black and red energy, which was extremely fierce and could crush everything. Shenzong kicked out quickly and fiercely on the Iron Claw demon. Using the force of the kick, he pulled out the long sword in an instant. With a puff of black and red smelly blood, the Iron Claw demon flew back. Its sharp claws just happened to scratch in front of him, tearing apart the afterimage of Shenzong. Falling to the ground, Shenzong tapped the ground with the tip of his toes. His strength broke out again. He rushed forward and slashed horizontally with his sword. The second sword of the ninefold true sword. It wasn't that Shenzong didn't want to use the third sword, but that he hadn't mastered it yet. This sword accurately cut into the wound. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It cut through the Iron Claw demonic beast's body like a meteor cutting through a mountain. It was cut in half at the waist. The Iron Claw demon's body fell to the ground in two halves, but it didn't die immediately. It still waved its claws and fiercely counterattacked, wanting to kill Shenzong and perish together with him. Unfortunately, the Iron Claw demon that was cut in half lost the ability to move. It could only wave its claws in place and struggle for its life. After a quarter of an hour, the Iron Claw demon's claws fell powerlessly. Shenzong waved his sword, but the Iron Claw demon didn't react at all. It was dead. He got 1 trial point. Shenzong couldn't help but show a bitter smile. A young soldier-level cosmic demon was actually so difficult to kill. In this battle, he had consumed almost 10% of his chi refining power, but in the end, he only obtained 1 trial point. In total, it could only be exchanged for a freshwater pill or a meat essence pill. It was too inefficient to maintain the basic consumption for a day. Thinking about the second level of the 10,000 elephant true technique, it required 100 trial points to exchange for. That meant that he had to kill 100 infant soldier-level universe demons, which didn't seem to be an easy task. 9 heavens are all infant soldier-level universe demons so powerful? Shenzong asked. Yes. The 9th heavenly ring's tone was very certain. Also, different ferocious demons have different strengths. For example, the Iron Claw demon has a pair of extremely sharp claws. With the strength of your body, once you are caught, you will be torn apart. Hearing this, Shenzong couldn't help but be horrified. He suddenly thought of a problem and asked again, what about adult demons? They have the combat power of a 6-star Yuanming realm and can compete with a 7-star or 2-star Yuanming realm demon. Mature demons are comparable to 9 stars and can compete with 10-star or 2-star Yuanming realm demons. Evolved demons have the combat power of an 11-star realm demon and can fight against a peak 11-star realm demon. Complete demons have the combat power of a 12-star realm demon. Shenzong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This demon was simply too ferocious. In the battle just now, Shenzong was very clear that he could win 1-on-1. If it was 1-on-2, he could also win. If it was 1-on-3, it wouldn't be easy. After all, he had only cultivated the first level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. His strength had only been unsealed by 1/10,000th of a level. If he wanted to unseal it further, he would need to cultivate the second level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. However, he needed 100 trial points to exchange for it. And where would the trial points come from? Kill the demons. Or kill other trial takers. No matter what it wasn't that simple. It was extremely dangerous. This was an endless cycle that he had no choice but to do. Even if he only wanted to get a first-grade trial evaluation, he had to go out of the camp and fight. At the very least, he had to ensure that he could survive and not die of hunger or thirst. If a dignified prodigy, and a top prodigy at that, were to die of hunger or thirst here, it would simply be a disgrace to the void, and he would be laughed at for thousands of years. He took out an elixir from the void and consumed it. He quickly used the 10,000 elephant true technique to refine it. Shenzong realized that the 10% of chi refinement cultivation power he had consumed hadn't recovered much. The conversion rate was too low. There was indeed an essential difference between the power of the void and the power of the universe. If he wanted to make up for it, he had to use quantity to make up for it. Fortunately, Shenzong had many elixirs stored in the 9 heavens ring. If one wasn't enough, he would take 2. If 2 wasn't enough, he would take 10. Originally, this 10% of qi refinement cultivation only needed 1 elixir to completely recover. Now, Chunzong had to refine 100 elixirs before he could recover. This didn't mean that the power Chunzong could use now was 100 times stronger than before. In fact, it wasn't much different. It was only because of the different rules and laws. If he absorbed energy from the outside world to recover, it would be possible. However, the aura here was still mainly from the evil spirits of the demons. Absorbing too much wouldn't do him any good. The best way was naturally to exchange for the corresponding elixirs from the camp. That required trial points. Exhaling a long breath, Chunzong didn't lose any confidence even though he felt extremely exhausted. Instead, his fighting spirit was high, his blood boiling, and his sword intent vibrating. This was a feeling that he hadn't felt in a long time. Chapter 2399. Double monthly votes. Begging for monthly votes. In the trial ground, fierce demons were everywhere, as if they were endless. Chunzong did not need to spend much effort to find them. Instead, he had to be careful to avoid attracting the attention of too many fierce demons and being besieged by them. Iron-clawed demon, sharp-blade demon, bronze armor demon, centipede demon, multi-armed demon, compound-eyed scorpion snake. The universe's fierce demons were a general term. Below them, there were many kinds of fierce demons, each with their own strengths. For example, the iron-claw demon had a pair of extremely sharp iron claws that could tear everything. The sharp-blade demon had a blade arm that was extremely sharp and could cut everything. The bronze armor demon's copper armor had an extremely shocking defensive power. Even if it was a young soldier level, Chunzong had to consume 30% of his qi refining strength to cut through it. It should be noted that when killing the iron-clawed demon, Chunzong only consumed 10% of his qi refining strength. Fight constantly. Different fierce demons had different fighting styles, but they had one thing in common, which was high efficiency. They were born purely for fighting and killing. Every battle was not easy for Chunzong, and he could not afford to be careless in the slightest. Although he had 3 chances to die, he would try not to die if he could. This was the edge of the trial ground, the outermost part. The fierce demons were mainly young. If he went further in, he would encounter adult fierce demons. The combat power of adult fierce demons was many times stronger than that of young demons. Chunzong had no confidence to fight against them, let alone kill them. Fight. Crazy fight. One-on-one. Sometimes he had to fight 1 against 2. In the end, Chunzong won. After winning, Chunzong would immediately take out elixirs to recover his consumed strength. In such a place, he had to keep his strength at the peak state at all times to avoid any accidents. Although Chunzong had an amazing reserve of elixirs, he had to take at least hundreds of them each time, which was very shocking. According to this situation, he would not be able to hold on for long. After recovering his strength, Chunzong moved again. Fighting and killing was also a kind of tempering. Walking on the edge of life and death, one could temper one's spirit and will, sharpen one's swordsmanship, and stimulate one's potential. The first and second sword of the ninefold true sword had been completely grasped in battle after battle. His grasp of them had reached the pinnacle. Every sword he used became sharper and sharper, and the energy he consumed was also reduced. The 3 ferocious universe demons discovered Chunzong at the same time and immediately approached him from different directions. Their terrifying, ferocious auras swept over like tides and locked onto Chunzong, leaving him nowhere to hide. Iron-claw beasts, sharp-blade beasts, bronze armor beasts. Chunzong's eyes glanced over and focused, clearly seeing the position and speed of the 3 beasts. With his current strength, if he were to be surrounded by 3 ferocious demons, it would be a tough and dangerous battle. Even if he didn't die on the spot, he would still be severely injured if he was careless. Fortunately, the 3 ferocious demons had different speeds. The iron claw beasts were the fastest, the sharp blade beasts were a little slower, and the bronze armor beasts were the slowest. With a clear mind, Chunzong made the most accurate judgment and reaction. He stepped out, and his speed increased to the extreme. He became one with his sword and turned into a peerless sword light, instantly rushing toward the iron claw beasts. First kill the iron claw beasts, then the sharp blade beasts, and finally the bronze armor beasts. In this way, he wouldn't be surrounded. The second sword of the ninefold true sword. The sword was unsheathed, and along with a lightning-like figure, it instantly cut through the air. The sharp claws of the iron claw beasts also cut through the air and tore Qinzong's figure into pieces. However, it was just a residual shadow. At the critical moment, Qinzong's speed increased by 30% and he avoided the attack. Cut! Under the amazing speed, the body and sword became one, making the power of this sword reach the extreme. So far, there were as many as 10 iron claw beasts that had died under Qinzong's sword. Qinzong also figured out how to kill the iron claw beasts more quickly and effectively. The sword light was so sharp that it seemed to be indestructible. It directly cut through the neck of the iron claw beasts. Although this sword didn't completely cut off the iron claw beast's neck, it cut off most of it, causing the iron claw beasts to lose their vitality quickly. Even with the strong physique and amazing vitality of the ferocious demons, they were also greatly affected. His body landed, and he turned around instantly. He turned around and slashed with his sword, tearing the sky apart. The head of the iron claw beast suddenly flew high and rolled in the air. The headless corpse waved its sharp claws wildly and attacked in front of him, but it couldn't threaten Qinzong at all. This iron claw beast was extremely ferocious, but when their heads were cut off, they could only struggle on the verge of death. At the same time, the blade beasts also arrived in an instant. The intelligence of the universe's ferocious demons was simple. They had more of an instinct to destroy, kill, and devour. Such an instinct, driven by simple intelligence, became a kind of fearlessness. Even if they saw the iron claw beasts being killed, the blade beasts were not afraid at all. They still attacked fiercely. Cut! The 1-meter-long blade arm chopped down in the air. It was so powerful and sharp that it seemed to be able to cut through a mountain. It was so powerful that it seemed to be able to cut everything into pieces. Qinzong felt that he seemed to be cut in half by this blade, so he didn't dare to resist it. No matter what kind of universe's ferocious demons, their bodies were very strong and their strength was very amazing. Qinzong had already tried it. It was very difficult for him to resist the blade of the blade beasts. He lowered his body and rushed out in an instant. His sword cut through the air. Kill! The afterimage was cut into pieces by the blade. The terrifying power of the blade suddenly cut a mark on the hard ground. The extremely tough grass was cut and twisted into pieces. While the grass was fluttering, a sword light suddenly broke through the air. It was like an aurora, piercing towards one of the blade beast's eyes. The second sword of the ninefold true sword. This sword technique seemed simple, but it wasn't. Each sword had no fixed moves. It could be cut or pierced. All the application depended on one's heart. It all depended on one's ability. Qinzong had completely mastered the first and second sword. Naturally, he could use them freely, and the second sword was stronger than the first sword. Simply put, the 9 sword moves of the ninefold true sword were actually divided into 9 levels. The first sword was the first level, and the second was the second level. The mystery of each sword was the same. It was just that each sword was stronger than the last. The power of the first sword was limited. It wasn't enough to kill the ferocious demon. At most, it would cause light injuries. The second sword was twice as strong as the first sword. Of course, Qinzong chose the second sword. Of course, the power consumed by the second sword was much more than that of the first sword. This sword was extremely fast. It directly pierced through one of the blade beast's scarlet eyes. In an instant, it twisted and pulled out again, bringing with it a puff of stinky blood. Qinzong's body fell to the ground, and he attacked again. Kill! The blade beast followed in the footsteps of the iron claw beasts and died under Qinzong's sword. Only the bronze-armored beasts were rapidly approaching. The upper body of the bronze-armored beasts was unusually thick. It was covered with palm-sized bronze carapace. It seemed to have an incomparably amazing defensive power. Its legs were a little thin, which made people worried whether they could support the huge and strong body and whether they would break because of it. But obviously they wouldn't. It was just that the speed of the bronze-armored beasts was relatively slow. When Chunzong killed the iron-clawed beasts and the blade beasts one after another, it hadn't completely approached Chunzong. Chunzong's body turned, and his eyes condensed in astonishing cold light. Like a sword shooting in all directions, he directly stared at the bronze-armored beasts and locked on from a distance. A fierce and cold sharp chi was locked on from a distance. The sword chi was surging, carrying the astonishing momentum of killing two fierce beasts in a row. It condensed an unparalleled sword essence, extremely fierce, strong, and pure. A sword attack. This sword, the sword light, was extremely bright and dazzling. It was like a cold lightning splitting the sky, carrying an unparalleled power and sharpness, and instantly killed. The third sword of the ninefold true sword. With Chunzong's current strength, it was difficult to perform the third sword. Even if he forced himself to perform it, he couldn't exert much power. It was better to perform the second sword. But after many life-and-death battles, and the astonishing momentum condensed from killing two fierce beasts in a row, plus Chunzong completely grasped the second sword, it was natural for him to comprehend the mystery of the third sword. Now he had mastered it. The sharpness of the third sword was completely condensed in this sword, and then it burst out in an instant. It was as if it could split the sky and the earth and shatter the void. The power of the third sword was twice as strong as that of the second sword, which greatly increased Chunzong's strength. Kill. The defensive power of the bronze-armored beast was extremely amazing. Previously, Chunzong's second sword attack continuously hit the same place, and it took several sword attacks to break its defense. This third sword attack, with Chunzong's body as one with the sword, arrived like a flash of lightning. This sword attack directly split open the bronze armor of the bronze-armored beast. The double enhancement seemed to be equal to two swords, but in fact it was not. It directly broke the bronze armor and cut into the body. The sword chi raged and cut in half. Following the momentum of the body, it suddenly twitched, like drawing a knife to cut water. The sword blade crazily cut the body of the bronze-armored beast, bringing out a puff of extremely stinking blood. Suffering a serious injury, the bronze-armored beast was furious. A pair of arms covered with bronze armor fiercely bombarded, but Chunzong nimbly circled behind him and attacked again. The sword attack was deadly, filled with an unparalleled and amazing sharpness, and immediately beheaded the bronze-armored beast. The three fierce demons died one after another, and Chunzong gained 3 trial points. From the beginning to the end, the whole time was only a dozen breaths. It was very short, but Chunzong felt that nearly 50% of his chi cultivation strength had been consumed. He quickly took out a large number of elixirs and threw them into his mouth. He quickly chewed and swallowed them, and operated the 10,000 elephant true skill to refine and absorb them to restore his strength. Now, I already have 28 trial points. Chunzong thought to himself as he recovered his cultivation base. 28 trial points could only be exchanged for 28 freshwater elixirs or 28 meat essence elixirs. But at present, he still had some freshwater elixirs and meat essence elixirs left, which were enough to support his consumption for more than 10 days. For the time being, Chunzong wanted to exchange for the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true skill. Only by reaching the second layer would he be able to recover even more of his strength and become even stronger. He would then be able to kill even stronger vicious demons and obtain even more trial points, forming a virtuous cycle. As for the impurities contained in the elixirs, they were directly purified by the divine fire on his body. Even if the power of the divine fire was also limited, it was enough to purify those impurities. In the trial ground, there was also a day and night. When Shinzong came out, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Now, night had fallen. Chapter 2400. The trial grounds at night were even more dangerous than during the day, as a large number of dire demons would appear and it would be very easy to get surrounded by them. Furthermore, besides feeling hungry, people would also feel tired and would need a rest. It would be best if they could get some sleep. Dire demons ran amok in this wasteland, so it was naturally not a good place to sleep. Naturally, they would have to return to the campsite. Shenzong wasn't too far from the campsite, so it didn't take long for him to return. When night fell, Shenzong also stepped onto the ancient mottled stone bridge. The ferocious demons that were chasing after him all paused, as if they had sensed something. They roared unwillingly, but at the same time, they also looked fearful. Shenzong realized that these dire demons could actually feel fear. The reason they hadn't been afraid of death in the previous battle was because he hadn't been strong enough to make them feel afraid. After crossing the stone bridge and stepping into the campsite, there were figures walking around, all of them exuding a shocking aura fluctuation, which made Shenzong wary. These figures were all geniuses from the second rank and first rank Void's clans. To this day, the prodigies of the First Order Void had all successfully cultivated the first level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. More than half of the Second Order Void prodigies had also successfully cultivated the first level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. However, only a small portion of the Third Order Void prodigies had managed to do so. In particular, Shenzong felt a great threat from the first-rank Void race elites. Their aura was much more tyrannical than his own. Could it be that these people have already cultivated the second stage of the 10,000 Elephants' true skill? Shenzong's thoughts turned. It was highly possible that this was the case. After all, he had obtained 28 trial points that day, while the first-rank Void race elites had cultivated the first level of the 1,000 Elephant True technique a few days earlier than him. According to the 20 trial points a day, they should have accumulated enough points to exchange for the second level of the 1,000 Elephant True technique. Those who could reach this place were at least equivalent to the peak of the Yuan underworld. There was a huge difference between recovering 1/10,000 th of 12-star combat power and recovering 1/1000 th of it. Moreover, first-rank Void life forms were born with stronger innate talents. Shenzong had consulted the Ninth Heaven Ring before. The Demon Barbarian race and the Evil God race were indeed beings from other Second-Order Void realms. They came from different Second-Order Void realms. The Evil God tribe's ability to possess another's body was extremely strange. The Barbarian tribe's ability to burn their totem's power was also extremely terrifying. This was a unique talent that the human race did not possess. In that case, what kind of talents did the races from the First Order Void possess? Passing through the two inheritance tablets, Shenzong saw the geniuses of the Demon Tribe and the Heavenly Human Tribe accepting the inheritance. After returning to his cabin, Shenzong could finally relax. He first operated the 10,000 Elephants True skill for a few cycles. The fierce demon aura in this camp was very weak, and the universal Yuan energy was much clearer, which made it suitable for cultivation. Although the first level of the 10,000 Elephants True skill could no longer unseal his strength, it was a habit to operate and cultivate. Then, Shenzong drew his sword and practiced the first 3 moves of the ninefold True Sword. It was just a demonstration, and he did not pour much power into it. It was purely a sword move to familiarize himself with it and comprehend its mysteries. The more Shenzong practiced the ninefold True Sword, the more he felt that this sword technique was not simple. It seemed that every sword move was very simple and could be used directly. There were no changes. However, when one really practiced it, one would discover that the profoundness contained within each sword move was extraordinary. After practicing a few times, Shenzong put away his sword and stood still. There seemed to be sword shadows flickering in his eyes. There were many flashes of inspiration in his mind. He vaguely comprehended something, but because his mastery of the ninefold true sword was not high enough, he was unable to truly comprehend it. Shinzong was not discouraged. As long as he continued to practice the ninefold true sword and grasped more mysteries, he would definitely be able to comprehend the mysteries within. After practicing a few more times, Chunzong felt tired. He sheathed his sword and took out a big bucket. Then, he took out a fresh water pill and dissolved it. Instantly, the big bucket was filled with clear water. After continuous battles, his body was not that clean. It was fine if he did not have the opportunity, but since he had the right conditions, of course, he would wash himself well to remove the filth from his body and let himself feel clean and comfortable. It was only the consumption of one fresh water pill. Of course, it was not cheap. One fresh water pill was worth 1 trial point, which was equivalent to a young, soldier-level fierce demon. Shenzong's idea was to treat himself better. After all, the path of cultivation was not easy. If the conditions allowed, he should treat himself well as much as possible. As for food and water, Shenzong was not worried. Even if he did not exchange for food and water, he had stored a lot of food and wine in the Nine Heavens ring. They could completely replace the consumption of fresh water pills and meat essence pills. The only difference was that it would take more time to eat the food and wine, while fresh water pills and meat essence pills only needed to be consumed in an instant. If he returned to the camp, he could totally enjoy the wine and food. If he was in a trial ground, fresh water pills and meat essence pills would be his first choice. After heating up the water, Shenzong took a hot bath to remove the filth from his body. Then, he changed into a clean set of clothes and had a good meal. After that, he had a good rest to recharge his energy. When the night faded and the day arrived, it was the 14th day. Brother Chun, I finally mastered the first layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Duan Linkong was very happy. Congratulations. Shenzong also smiled. The others had also mastered the first layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique and recovered 1/10,000th of their strength. Among the 9 people, Chunzong and the war demon were the first to master the first layer. The other 7 people were greatly stimulated and were separated by a day. Brother Chun, you've already killed a fierce demon, right? Duan Linkong asked. How are the fierce demon's methods? Chunzong used simple words to explain, and Duan Linkong's face immediately became serious. This fierce demon's degree of difficulty was beyond imagination. Brother Chun, why don't we work together? Duan Linkong suggested. Sure. Chunzong did not have any objections. If they worked together, the speed of killing fierce demons would be faster, and the speed of obtaining trial points would also be faster. As for how the trial points will be distributed, there was naturally a rule. If they worked together to kill fierce demons, the trial points would be divided equally. If they killed it alone, it would belong to them, and the trial points could be transferred. This way, they could accumulate more points in a shorter period of time. Working together was a trend. Whether it was the first-order void prodigies or the second-order void prodigies, they would all do this. Of course, working together was not something that could be done casually. In the end, Chunzong and Duan Linkong worked together. Yuan Chongshan and Li Xianyun worked together. Huijie and Wu Kongming worked together, and Luo Wuxing and Zhen Yi worked together. As for the war demon, for some reason, it refused to work together. Whether or not to work together was entirely up to their own will, and it would not be forced. By the way, I just heard a rumor that someone has already mastered the 3rd layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique, Duan Linkong said. The 3rd layer. Chunzong was shocked. He had not even exchanged for the 2nd layer, and someone had already mastered the 3rd layer. It was simply sensational. Is it someone from the 4 major clans? Chunzong asked in reply. Yes, Mou of the demon tribe, Sheng Tianming of the celestial tribe, Wang Meng and Ashur of the giant tribe, and Wu Xiu of the ancient beast tribe. They are known as the 4 powerhouses of the East Camp, Duan Linkong said. As a rogue cultivator, he was very good at collecting information. 4 powerhouses, Chunzong repeated, and he could not help but feel surprised. It was too amazing. In just over 10 days, they had already mastered the third layer of the 10,000 Elephant True technique and unlocked 1% of their strength. This speed was unimaginable. These 4 people should be the first 4 who had mastered the first layer of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. This kind of comprehension, this kind of talent, was really amazing to the extreme. Let's go and try to exchange for the second layer of the 10,000 Elephant True technique as soon as possible, Chunzong said to Duan Linkong as he regained his composure. That's right. I'm not as good as them now, but sooner or later, I'll surpass them. Duan Linkong chuckled, looking very confident. What people feared the most was lack of confidence. Whether or not one could succeed was one thing, but if one did not have confidence, one would be done for. Leading Duan Linkong, Chunzong stepped into the trial ground again. Today, more people stepped into the trial ground because more people had mastered the first layer of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. Crossing the ancient mottled stone bridge, they stepped into the trial ground and moved forward quickly. Today, Chunzong had an idea, or rather a plan. That was to join forces with Duan Linkong to find and kill the soldier-level growth body fierce beast to gain more trial points. However, before that, he needed to let Duan Linkong practice with the young fierce beast to familiarize himself with their cooperation. They encountered a blade demon and let Duan Linkong fight with it. After a while, Duan Linkong finally killed it. The spear technique that Duan Linkong used was called the Ninefold Absolute Spear. It was also an inherited martial art from the camp. The Ninefold Absolute Spear seems to be different from the Ninefold True Sword, Chunzong thought to himself as he watched Duan Linkong's battle. Duan Linkong used 2 different spear techniques. They were different from the Ninefold True Sword. In a Ninefold True Sword, each sword was stronger than the last. The second sword was equivalent to the strengthening of the first sword. However, the first and second spear of the Ninefold Absolute Spear were different. The first spear was faster, and the second spear was stronger. After fighting 3 young fierce beasts in a row, the trial points that they obtained all belonged to Duan Linkong because he killed them alone. Brother Duan, time is of the essence. Let's go deep into the wasteland now and find the mature fierce beasts, Chunzong said. Okay. Chapter 2401. On the ominous demon wasteland, the geniuses from the 4 training camps all stepped into the wasteland to hunt ominous demons, but they could also be hunted by ominous demons. Chunzong and Duan Linkong worked together. Sword light flashed, and spear light spun as they fought a 3-meter-tall blade demon. This blade demon was much taller and bigger than the ones they killed before. Its combat power was also much stronger. Its aura was much more powerful and ferocious. It was not something a young blade demon could compare to. It was an adult blade demon. Its blade arm slashed horizontally, and the blade light was like a crescent moon. It was as if it could cut a mountain in half. The blade aura was extremely ferocious, as if it was fighting with its life. It emitted a tragic and cruel aura. Chunzong and Duan Linkong's expressions were stern. They were extremely serious and did not dare to take this blade head-on. The power contained in this blade was too terrifying. If they were hit, they would be severely injured even if they did not die. A mature, ominous demon had the combat power of a 6-star, but it could fight against a 7-star. It was extremely terrifying. Soul burn. With a shout, Duan Linkong's aura contracted and expanded 9 times in an instant. It was as if he was ignited by a flame. It directly burned and formed a flame shadow that covered his entire body. In an instant, Duan Linkong's power and speed increased by several times. He quickly dodged the blade demon's blade attack. His long spear suddenly shook and pierced out. The spear energy condensed into one and exploded with shocking speed. First spear strike of Ninefold Absolute Spear. The more basic the power, the less likely it was to be affected. Soul Burn was a secret technique that Duan Linkong obtained early on. It was a secret technique that focused on the body's basic power and speed. It was also easier to adapt to the universe's laws. Chunzong had experienced the strength of a mature, ominous demon. He immediately unleashed his full power. Lingwu Supreme Technique. Heartburn. The supreme technique of the spiritual martial arts was to fuse the power of the qi refining stage and the power of the body refining stage into a new power. Although it was very clever, in reality, it was a relatively basic technique. Moreover, it was a technique that was very compatible with one's body. Therefore, there were fewer restrictions, and it was easier to use. Lingwu Supreme Technique's biggest restriction was the synchronization of qi refinement and body refinement. The burning of the heart fire increased one's strength and speed. It was also an increase in one's basic strength. All of a sudden, Chunzong's battling power increased by a lot. He did not back off like Duan Linkong. Instead, he did the exact opposite. He rushed up and welcomed the blade light that was coming towards him. He approached the blade monster, and with another attack, he slid past the blade monster's body and sliced with his sword. When the long sword cut through the blade demon's rough skin, Chunzong immediately felt an indescribable toughness. It blocked the cut of the blade and didn't cut it open. It only left a light scratch. Duan Linkong's spear hit the blade demon, but it was unable to pierce through its rough skin. It also left a mark. His defense was simply too tough. It was so tough that it made people despair. If he couldn't even break through its skin, how could he kill it? If he was struck by the other party's saber, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. However, no matter if it was Chunzong or Duan Linkong, both of them were extraordinary, and their will was incomparably firm. When they decided to join forces to hunt and kill the growing fierce demon, they'd already thought about the numerous difficulties they would encounter. So how could they possibly retreat just like that? Fight. Fierce fight. No matter if it was Chunzong or Duan Linkong, they didn't hold back at all. They used all of their strength. They had to kill this blade demon in the shortest amount of time to prevent the battle here from attracting other growing fierce demons. If there was another one, then they would have to retreat. Ninefold True, Sword's third sword. Under the extreme battle power, the power of the third sword was raised to the extreme. It turned into an extremely sharp aurora and instantly pierced through the air. It was extremely sharp and invincible, leaving a mark in the sky. A sword mark. Duan Linkong performed the ninefold Absolute Spear's second sword. This spear contained an extremely tyrannical power. It chopped down from the sky like a giant axe, as if it could shatter a mountain. However, the growing blade demon's strength was too tyrannical. No matter how the two of them attacked, it didn't suffer any obvious injuries. Even Chunzong's third sword, under the extreme battle power, could only break through its defense. It couldn't cause much damage. Brother Duan, hold it back. Chunzong suddenly shouted in a low voice. Okay. Although Duan Linkong didn't understand Chunzong's intention, he gave him the greatest trust. He didn't even think about what if this was Chunzong's strategy. He wanted him to hold the blade demon for a while so that he could escape. Since they were going to work together as partners, they should trust each other. They shouldn't be suspicious of each other and always have other thoughts. Of course, Chunzong's goal wasn't to fight for an opportunity to escape. His body flashed, and his feet were like water. He quickly slid back to increase the distance between him and the blade demon. Just as the blade demon was about to attack, Duan Linkong completely exploded. His spear pierced through the air and arrived. It carried a terrifyingly powerful force and directly bombarded the blade demon's body. The extremely tyrannical power immediately caused the blade demon's body to shake. The power was condensing. As it shook, it crazily poured into the sword in his hand. A layer of misty, clear light flowed out like water, forming a perfect cycle on the sword. The sword light swallowed and spat out, and the majestic sword intent vibrated and spread out. The sword trembled slightly, and a series of buzzing sounds filled the surroundings. Chunzong's hand trembled, and the sword seemed to fly out of his hand at any moment. Fourth sword, Chunzong muttered. Accompanied by the buzzing sounds of the sword, his body flashed, and he became one with the sword. He approached the blade demon and swung his sword. The sharp blade demon's saber slashed down, instantly causing Duan Linkong to fly away like a moth. Duan Linkong coughed up blood, but because of this, the sharp blade demon was unable to react in time to deal with Chunzong's sword. It was like the absolute beginning divine light that opened up the world. It was like the divine thunder that tore apart the darkness. It was like the aurora that pierced through the world. Dazzling, 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 shocking. It made Duan Linkong, who was flying backward and vomiting blood, absent-minded. When the remnants of the sword light gradually dissipated, Chunzong had already landed on the ground. His face was slightly pale, and the blade demon maintained its motionless posture. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Dark, red, smelly blood spurted out from the blade demon's neck like a fountain. Its head was also sent flying by the blood, and it kept rolling in the air. One sword cut off its head. The body that lost its head struggled to fall to the ground, and it gradually lost its vitality. So strong, Duan Linkong's body fell to the ground, and he quickly jumped up. His face was full of shock. How strong was the grown-up blade demon? When the two of them fought together, they couldn't do anything to it. They could only rely on their superb skills to barely resist and not be defeated. But now, Chunzong suddenly erupted and actually unleashed such a terrifying sword attack, directly killing him. Chunzong quickly took out a large number of pills and consumed them. He activated the 10,000 elephant true technique to refine them. Duan Linkong was shocked, but he also quickly took out pills to recover his strength and heal his injuries. After killing the grown-up blade demon, Chunzong received 10 trial points. It was 10 times more than the infant blade demon. The difference was too big. However, it was not easy to kill it. It benefited from Chunzong's shocking sword foundation and extraordinary comprehension. Plus, he had stimulated his potential during the fierce battle. At the crucial moment, Chunzong comprehended the 4th sword of the 9-sword true technique. Once he used it, it exploded with an extremely powerful force and killed the blade demon. However, the 4th sword consumed half of Chunzong's strength. It was half of his strength under the limit of his combat power. In other words, Chunzong could only use 2 swords before he was exhausted. Normally, he could only use 1 sword because he had to conserve some of his strength. Otherwise, once he was exhausted, it would be difficult to recover in a short time in this place. It would be very easy to die. A large number of pills were quickly refined. The consumed strength was also quickly recovered. 2 low life forms. Hand over your trial points. A voice filled with malice suddenly sounded. A figure quickly approached. It was a first-ranked demonic tribe member. This demonic tribe member's body emitted an extremely shocking aura. It was powerful and terrifying. It suppressed the surroundings, causing Chunzong and Duan Linkong's expressions to change. They instinctively felt that this demonic tribe member's threat level was even higher than the grown-up blade demon. They might not even be a match for him at their peak, let alone now. Duan Linkong's injuries had not healed, and his strength had not recovered yet. As for Chunzong, he had only recovered 70% of his strength. Quickly hand over your points. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. The demonic tribe member's dark and deep eyes emitted a cruel light. His aura instantly skyrocketed. It was shocking and terrifying. Brother Chun, I'll hold him back. You take the opportunity and leave. Duan Linkong transmitted his voice. I'll use the 4th sword. Chunzong replied. How confident are you? Duan Linkong asked. Chunzong couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't have much confidence in his heart. This demonic tribe member had at least cultivated the 2nd stage of the 10,000 elephant true technique. His strength was extremely terrifying. He definitely had the ability to kill a grown-up blade demon. Furthermore, the demonic tribe was an intelligent race. They weren't something that a soldier-level demon could compare to. Brother Chun, don't hesitate. I'll hold him back. At most, I'll die, but I won't really die. At most, you can get more trial points and give them to me. Duan Linkong laughed and walked towards the demonic tribe member. I only have 6 trial points. I'll give them all to you, but please don't kill me. Okay, as long as you give me all your trial points, I'll spare your life. The demonic tribe member's dark eyes flashed as he smiled. In order to transfer trial points, they had to come into contact with each other through the 9 heavenly rings. As Duan Linkong approached the demonic tribe member, he could feel the extremely terrifying aura coming from the other party. It was as if it was going to drown him. He couldn't help but feel insignificant from the bottom of his heart. That was a difference in the level of life and also a difference in strength. It was undeniable that the life form of the first sequence void was indeed superior in essence. Duan Linkong extended his left hand and revealed the 9 heavenly rings. He approached the demonic tribe members' 9 heavenly rings. The moment they came into contact, he flipped his left hand and suddenly grabbed the demonic tribe member's arm. His right hand also grabbed the demonic tribe member's collar. A tyrannical power exploded from Duan Linkong's body and instantly exploded. Damn it! The demonic tribe member's expression changed greatly. Under the terrifying, explosive power, his entire body flew backwards, and the patterns on his body lit up one after another. A rumbling sound rang out as Duan Linkong self-detonated, directly exploding with an extremely tyrannical power. It swept up a violent wind that blew in all directions. Brother Duan. Shenzong looked at Duan Linkong's self-detonation with a trace of pain in his eyes. There was also a trace of indescribable anger and killing intent as he stared over, piercing through the sky. Step by step, he was like an angry thunderbolt. His limit battle strength also completely erupted in an instant. First, he set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house mobile version reading website. Chapter 2402. Little Six has a fever. Taken to the doctor. Line up until he cries, boom, boom, boom. Every step that Shenzong took was filled with an extremely tyrannical power. Like a giant beast trampling on the earth, the power that burst out was exchanged for an instant of an extremely strong explosion. It turned into an astonishing speed, like a meteor streaking across the sky, instantly closing in. Even though Duan Linkong's strength was not as strong as the Demon Dwellers, under the surprise self-detonation secret technique, he released an extremely terrifying power in an instant. Not only did he blow the Demon Dweller away, the tyrannical explosive power also shook the Demon Dweller's blood and chi to the point that he had no choice but to use all of his strength to resist. The patterns on his body lit up one after another, shining endlessly. The power was surging and condensing like the water of a great river, like the flow of the sea. All of them poured into the long sword at his waist and condensed on the sword body. Body and mind as one, mind and spirit as one, spirit as one, spirit as one, essence, energy, and divine sword as one. Anger, killing intent, baleful aura, and all of the other powers erupted, then converged into one point. Shenzong's eyes stared at the demon dweller that was sent flying by the power of Duan Linkong's self-detonation. A bit of blood red bloomed in the depths of his eyes. The fourth sword of the ninefold true sword. Kill. This sword contained an unparalleled killing intent. The sword was only used to kill the enemy, and there was no return without blood. It was a sword at its peak. It was a sword that had completely erupted with essence, energy, and spirit. It was a sword that was sure to kill. It was a sword that threw away everything. Other than the sword, there was nothing else. The demon dweller was shocked. He only felt that he was enveloped by an extreme killing intent. The killing intent invaded his body, penetrated his bones, and went straight to the depths of his soul. He couldn't help but tremble, and a chill swept out like a raging wave. Danger. An extremely strong sense of danger. At this moment, Shenzong had already closed in. The sword was unsheathed, bringing with it a light that was as clear as water. It seeped out endless coldness and killing intent, exterminating all life. Slash! The sword suddenly disappeared, and only an extremely sharp light pierced through the air. Because the speed was too fast, it stretched out and turned into a crescent-like arc of light, extremely sharp. Dodge! In an instant, the demon cultivator tried his best to adjust his body in order to avoid the slash. The power of Duan Linkong's self-detonation was not weak, causing the demon-human race's chi and blood to tremble. They were unable to mobilize all of their strength and could only barely mobilize a portion to dodge. However, as long as he was able to avoid this sword strike, he would be able to completely mobilize all of his strength. At that time, he would be able to erupt with an extremely tyrannical strength and completely annihilate this lowly life form who dared to frame him and attack him, blasting him into pieces. There were indeed 3 death imprints, but he would not give up just like that. He would kill those 2 low-level life forms again and again, unless they did not leave the camp. Hurry up and kill them all, leaving no room for negotiation. World Domain, suppress. With 1/10,000th of his strength, Chunzong's Heart Sword Domain and World Domain could only cover a range of 2 meters. It was useless against the fierce demon because the body of the fierce demon was so large that the Heart Sword Domain couldn't cover it. However, this demon cultivator's body was about the same as his. A range of 2 meters was enough to cover him at close range. Even though its power had been weakened, under the full force of the explosion, especially the world domain that focused on suppressing power, it instantly covered the demon cultivator's body, and its power completely erupted. In an instant, in just 1,000th of a breath's time, the demon cultivator was suppressed. Even though it was only slightly suppressed, it still caused a slight delay in the other party's dodging. That was enough. The sword light tore through the air, and the crescent moon tore apart. It was like the divine light of the absolute beginning that split the heavens and the earth, and like the ancient divine lightning that tore apart the dark void. The demon cultivator's body was extremely tyrannical. It was innate, but under this extreme sword strike, it was unable to block it. After all, no matter how tyrannical it could not be compared to a grown, fierce demon. In order to resist Duan Linkong's self-detonation, the demon cultivator had also consumed a lot of energy. In short, the extreme sharpness of Chunzong's sword could not be blocked. The result of not being able to block, it was being cut off. Accompanied by a miserable cry, one of the demon cultivator's arms flew high into the air, and his body lost its balance in an instant. This sword strike, Chunzong, was actually aimed at the other party's neck. However, under all kinds of methods, the other party still managed to avoid the vital points. This was enough to show how terrifying the demon cultivator was. After cutting off an arm, blood spurted out. The demon cultivator was extremely furious, but he was also extremely frightened. In that instant, the feeling of death approaching made him feel terrified and his hair stand on end. Run! Without hesitation, the demon cultivator immediately fled. With the loss of an arm, his strength had decreased greatly. It would also affect his balance and the display of his strength. He needed to escape as soon as possible, then heal his injuries and recover from them. However, before he escaped, he had to take the severed arm with him. When the time came, he would reattach it. Otherwise, if he really lost an arm, he wouldn't be able to regrow it in a short period of time. The demon cultivator's reaction was extremely fast. In an instant, he grabbed his severed arm and was about to turn into a ray of black light and escape into the distance. Chunzong's figure flashed as he gathered the last of his strength and swung his sword again. The first sword of the ninefold true sword. This sword strike was the simplest, and when it was used, it was also the fastest. With a flash of sword light, the demon cultivator, who had turned into a wisp of black light, flew forward. However, after flying for a few hundred meters, he fell to the ground and struggled for a few moments before dying. That sword strike directly pierced through his head and came out from between his eyebrows. The terrifying sword Qi minced his brain into pieces. After swinging that sword strike, Chunzong felt waves of weakness surge up like a raging wave that swept through every part of his body. Exhaustion, a kind of exhaustion that originated from the level of essence, energy, and spirit erupted and swept over him. Just now, when he erupted in anger and unleashed the fourth sword of the ninefold true sword, it was several times stronger than when he killed the blade demon. Naturally, Chunzong's consumption was even greater. As everyone knew, when a person was extremely angry, they would erupt with even more power. However, after that, they would become even more exhausted. It was a kind of overdraft. And Chunzong then swung his sword a second time to kill the demon cultivator, exhausting the last bit of his strength. His entire body was on the verge of collapse. He barely took out a large number of pills and swallowed them with difficulty. As the power of the pills quickly dissolved in his body, this extreme exhaustion dissipated bit by bit. Circulate. Resisting the feeling of weakness all over his body, Chunzong sat cross-legged on the tough grass and continued to circulate his cultivation method to speed up the refining of the pills. The weakness in his body disappeared bit by bit, and the exhausted strength also recovered bit by bit. However, the weakness in his spirit level was not so easy to eliminate. Fortunately, Chunzong did not encounter any fierce demons or other people. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous for him to be in such a state. After half a day, his strength recovered and the weakness in his body disappeared. The weakness in his spirit level was also weakened and recovered a little. After checking, Chunzong found that his trial points had reached 92 points. Originally, it was 28 points, which was obtained from killing the ferocious demon yesterday. Previously, he had killed a full-grown ferocious demon and obtained 10 points, which was 38 points. Now, it was 92 points, among which 54 points were obtained from killing the demon dweller. According to the rules of the trial ground, killing other trial takers would give you half of the trial points of the other trial takers. The demon cultivator had as many as 108 trial points, but now, not only did he not obtain any trial points, he also lost 54 trial points after dying once. 92 trial points, very close to 100 points. Chunzong narrowed his eyes slightly. 100 trial points could be exchanged for the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. It was very important and must be exchanged first because it would allow his strength to recover even more. The more strength he recovered, the more trial points he could obtain. Fortunately, he had 3 chances to die. Of course, he would not die if he could. 9 days. How long will it take to revive after dying? Chunzong thought of this and quickly asked. 1 day. The 9 heavens rings answer made Chunzong's eyes flash. 1 day to revive, which meant that the demon cultivator he killed still had more than half a day to revive. Then, before that, he must first obtain 100 trial points in exchange for the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. He had to successfully cultivate it and unlock more of his strength before he was qualified to fight against the demon cultivator. Chunzong did not think that the demon cultivator would forget about their enmity with a smile after reviving. Then, he should take advantage of this opportunity to quickly accumulate 100 trial points in exchange for the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. In addition, there was also Duan Linkong's share, but that could only be after he recovered more strength. Enduring the mental exhaustion, Chunzong moved and headed for the outer perimeter. He alone was not a match for the adult fierce demon. Even if he used the fourth sword, he did not have absolute confidence. But it was not difficult to deal with the infant fierce demon. Another point was that the periphery was closer to the camp. There were many fierce demons on the trial ground. If one was willing to look for them, they could find them. When he met other trial takers, Chunzong did not approach them because they did not know each other. Those trial takers were also from the second rank and third rank void, and had only cultivated the first layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Therefore, they did not approach Chunzong because they were not confident. Using all his strength, Chunzong killed the fierce demons one after another. His maximum combat strength was almost one sword for one fierce demon. Soon, Chunzong's trial points had reached 100 points. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately returned to the camp. Duan Lingkong and the demon cultivator had not revived yet, so no one knew about this. Chunzong went straight to the technique Inheritance Steel, pressed his palm on it, and silently recited to exchange for the second layer of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. In an instant, the 100 trial points in the Nine Heavens Ring were directly deducted. Chunzong's consciousness was pulled by a force and directly escaped into the dark void. Lights lit up one after another. They were characters that contained great mystery. They circled around and rushed toward Chunzong like moths to a flame, then disappeared into Chunzong's consciousness. The second layer of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. After the inheritance was completed, Chunzong immediately returned to his wooden house. He first had a full meal, then rested for a while before immediately comprehending. The second layer of the 10,000 Elephant True technique was much more mysterious than the first layer. However, Chunzong had already comprehended and mastered the first layer. With the foundation and extraordinary comprehension, it was not difficult to comprehend the second layer of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.